Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Kita mulakan persidangan kita pada pagi ini dengan berdoa mengikut kepercayaan agama masing-masing. Bagi warga persidangan yang beragama Islam, mari kita bersama membacakan Ummul Kitab Al-Fatihah. Auzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Arrahmanirrahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Yang berusaha Puan Salmiah binti Munshi, Setiausaha Bahagian Psikologi Kaunseling Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, Barisan Timbalan Setiausaha Bahagian Psikologi Kaunseling Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, Kaunselor Pendidikan seluruh bahagian Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, guru-guru kaunseling Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, seterusnya seluruh warga persidangan sekalian. Bertemu kita lagi di hari yang ketiga dalam persidangan Kaunselor Pendidikan Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia peringkat Antarabangsa tahun 2021. Untuk makluman hadirin persidangan pada hari ketiga ini, kita akan tampilkan dua orang panel istimewa yang didatangkan dari Indonesia dan juga Singapura, iaitu Profesor Dr. Adi Fahrudin dan Dr. Alicia Pun. Jadi mohon hadirin untuk terus kekal bersama kita hingga ke penghujung persidangan pada hari ini dan kongsikan link ini kepada rakan-rakan lain agar lebih ramai yang mendapat manfaat. Tuan-tuan, puan-puan, rakan persidangan juga diingatkan supaya membuat pendaftaran masuk melalui QR code dan link yang dipaparkan di layar juga pada ruangan chat yang disediakan. Baiklah, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan peserta persidangan, tanpa melengahkan masa, kita teruskan perkongsian ilmu pada pagi ini. Untuk itu dijemput Puan Nurul Filza binti Kumil Abdullah, Pegawai Kaunseling dari Institut Pendidikan Guru Kampus Ken untuk meneruskan atur cara. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih kepada pengacara utama. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Alhamdulillah. Marilah kita panjatkan rasa kesyukuran pada Ilahi kerana dengan inayah dan kasih sayangnya memberi izin kepada kita untuk bersiaran pada hari yang sejahtera. Yang berusaha Puan Salmiah binti Munshi, Setiausaha Bahagian Psikologi dan Kaunseling, Tuan Haji Syahbani bin Osman, Timbalan Setiausaha Bahagian Cawangan Organisasi Bahagian Psikologi dan Kaunseling Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, yang berusaha Dr. Rodiah binti Idris, Timbalan Setiausaha Bahagian Cawangan Operasi Bahagian Psikologi dan Kaunseling Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, yang berusaha Puan Maheran binti Alias, Timbalan Setiausaha Bahagian Cawangan Pembangunan Strategik Bahagian Psikologi dan Kaunseling Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, ketua-ketua unit, pegawai-pegawai bahagian psikologi dan kaunseling, ketua penolong pengarah unit psikologi dan kaunseling IPJM, ketua penolong pengarah unit psikologi dan kaunseling bahagian matrikulasi, ketua kaunselor pendidikan negeri, kaunselor pendidikan Jabatan Pendidikan Negeri, pejabat pendidikan daerah, kolej matrikulasi dan Institut Perguruan Malaysia, guru bimbingan dan kaunseling serta para peserta persidangan antarabangsa Kaunselor Pendidikan Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia 2021. Selamat datang ke persidangan hari ketiga. Kita raikan. Bersama Prof. Adi, kita dengarkan. Plenari ketujuh, kita semarakkan. Sebelum kata bersulam bicara, sebelum ilmu menusuk di dada. Kata orang, tak kenal maka tak cinta. Sudah bertemu muka, ingin pula mendengar suara. Profesor Madya Dr. Adi Fahrudin. Beliau merupakan government official, Ministry of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi Jakarta, juga Department of Social Welfare, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, Indonesia. Memiliki sarjana pekerjaan sosial di Bandung Politeknik of Social Welfare dalam bidang social work dan mendapat Master of Social Science dan PhD di University of Science Malaysia dalam bidang social work serta memiliki Bachelor of Psychology, majoring in Clinical Psychology di National University of Pesim Bandung dalam bidang Clinical Psychology. Tanpa melengahkan masa, majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput Profesor Madya Dr. Adi Fahrudin untuk menyampaikan perkongsian beliau tentang self-care. Dipersilakan, Prof.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Ini adalah apps baru bagi saya, jadi saya akan cuba share screen terlebih dahulu ya. Baik, terima kasih pengacara majelis, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, salam sehat dari Jakarta, Indonesia. Mudah-mudahan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan hari ini diberikan kesehatan dan semuanya dalam keadaan sehat walafiat adanya. Ada dengar suara saya?
Dengar, Prof. Dengar.
Ada dengar suara saya?
Iya, dengar, Prof.
Oke.
Silakan.
Baik, terima kasih. Jadi tajuk yang dimintakan kepada saya berkaitan dengan pentingnya penjagaan, pentingnya penjagaan diri. Jadi mengapa saya kira topik ini atau tajuk ini memang bersesuaian, karena seringkali kita berhadapan dengan situasi di mana kita sendiri terlalu care pada orang lain tapi tidak care pada diri sendiri. Nah, sebagai seorang profesional dalam bidang counseling khususnya di sekolah, seringkali kita terlalu care dengan urusan pekerjaan kita, tapi kita mengabaikan care dengan diri sendiri. Jadi tajuk ini menurut saya sangat bersesuaian, terutama sekarang ini di Malaysia dalam bulan ini adalah bulan counseling. Jadi tajuk ini sangat penting untuk diketengahkan. Nah, seringkali ya, kita dihadapkan pada pertanyaan, apakah Anda care dengan diri sendiri? Ya, apakah Anda care, mengambil berat tentang diri Anda? Kita akan mengatakan yes. Selalu mengatakan, ya, saya peduli dengan diri saya sendiri. Tapi ketika ditanya, bagaimana cara dan apa yang Anda lakukan untuk menjaga diri Anda. Nah, ketika soalan itu diajukan, kita mungkin serba salah untuk menjawab. Sebenarnya kita care dengan diri sendiri itu dalam bentuk apa? Ya, dalam berbagai cara yang mana yang ada. Jadi seringkali kita mudah menjawab bahwa kita care pada diri sendiri, tapi sebenarnya ketika ditanya bentuk care kita terhadap diri sendiri itu seperti apa. Nah, mengapa tadi di awal saya katakan tajuk ini adalah tajuk yang penting. Ya, tajuk yang penting. Kenapa? Karena saya dipahamkan majority audien dalam sesi ini adalah kaunselor sekolah. Ya, kaunselor sekolah itu merupakan disebutnya sebagai human service profession. Jadi kalau yang terlibat dalam human service profession, kaunselor, pekerja sosial, terapis, healthcare professional, leader educator, ya, caregiver, parent, bahkan itu adalah orang-orang yang terlibat dengan perkhidmatan kepada manusia dan selalu berinteraksi dengan manusia. Nah, karena berinteraksi dengan manusia itulah maka penjagaan diri merupakan sesuatu yang perlu dilakukan. Kenapa? Karena seringkali kita terlalu peduli dengan urusan pekerjaan kita, mengambil berat soal pekerjaan kita, tapi kita mengabaikan keadaan diri kita. Nah, school counselor itu merupakan salah satu dalam kelompok human service profession, dan ini adalah pekerjaan yang sebenarnya pekerjaan yang penuh dengan tekanan. Ya. Oleh sebab itu perlu ada pengurusan, ada balance antara kehidupan personal dan kehidupan profesional. Jadi intinya kita sebagai kaunselor sekolah atau kaunselor, ya, kita harus menyeimbangkan antara kehidupan personal kita dengan kehidupan profesional. Jadi kehidupan profesional kita memberikan komitmen yang tinggi terhadap pekerjaan kita, memberi perkhidmatan yang terbaik untuk klien kita, kepada pelajar, dan memberi sokongan kepada rakan sejawat kita. Tetapi pada masa yang sama kita juga harus peduli dengan diri kita, ya, karena pada intinya hidup ini akan bermakna apabila kita seimbang antara kehidupan personal dengan kehidupan profesional kita. Jadi tidak ada gunanya kita menjadi kaunselor yang hebat, ternama, selalu dan mendapat penghargaan sebagai kaunselor terbaik, dikenali oleh masyarakat awam, kemudian diliput oleh berbagai media, tetapi kita memiliki kehidupan personal yang sebenarnya kita sembunyikan, bahwa kita hidup dengan penuh dengan tekanan, ya, tidak nyaman, tidur tidak lena, makan tidak selesa, semua karena kita tidak dapat membuat keseimbangan dalam kehidupan personal dan profesional kita. Nah, persoalannya adalah apakah yang dimaksud dengan penjagaan diri itu? Penjagaan diri itu sebenarnya banyak sekali pengertian, yang diantaranya dikemukakan oleh WHO, yaitu segala tindakan yang berkaitan dengan penjagaan kesehatan fisikal kita, termasuk dalam hal ini hygiene, nutrition, kemudian perawatan kesehatan atau perasaan medik. Nah, tetapi yang paling penting di sini adalah bahwa yang dimaksud dengan self care itu atau penjagaan diri itu adalah kita menjaga kesehatan kita, kebahagiaan, bahkan yaitu kemampuan resilient kita dalam menghadapi setiap persoalan yang ada dalam kehidupan kita. Itulah sebabnya mengapa penjagaan diri ini sangat penting dalam kehidupan kita, terutama dalam konteks kehidupan personal dan kehidupan profesional kita. Nah, tetapi persoalannya adalah self care ini juga menyangkut bukan hanya soal fisikal, tetapi juga soal spiritual. Nah, oleh sebab itu bagaimana kita memenuhi atau keperluan dan menjaga kehidupan kita ini, kesehatan kita dan kesejahteraan kita dalam konteks kesehatan dan pencegahan dari suatu penyakit itu merupakan bentuk dari penjagaan diri, ya. Nah, kenapa? Karena apabila kita tidak dapat menyeimbangkan antara kehidupan personal dan kehidupan profesional kita, maka potensi kita akan mengalami penyakit. Penyakit mulai dari penyakit fisikal maupun penyakit mental, ya. Jadi banyak sudah kajian yang menunjukkan bahwa orang yang tidak dapat menyeimbangkan kehidupan pribadi dan kehidupan profesional, ya, profesional itu dan maksud adalah pekerjaan, ya, kita akan berhadapan dengan persoalan-persoalan penyakit. Nah, kemudian penjagaan diri juga adalah aplikasi atau pelaksanaan atau praktis mengambil berat bagaimana melindungi diri sendiri agar tetap happy, ya, sejahtera, terutama dalam situasi di mana kita berhadapan dengan stres. Jadi kalau kita berhadapan dengan stres, kita perlu mengambil berat tentang diri kita agar kita dapat melakukan upaya agar kita tetap bahagia dan tetap sejahtera. Nah, sejahtera ini bukan arti dalam pengertian sejahtera secara material, tetapi sejahtera dalam pengertian psychological atau mental, ya. Nah, kemudian penjagaan diri itu juga mencakup 3 komponen, yaitu pikiran, ya, kemudian spirit, yang ketiga body. Jadi 3 hal ini harus penjagaannya harus komprehensif, menyangkut 3 hal ini. Tidak boleh hanya satu aspek saja. Dia harus mencakup 3-tiganya supaya kita boleh mengekalkan kesejahteraan fisikal dan kesejahteraan mental kita. Lalu yang tidak kalah penting dalam penjagaan diri ini adalah kita menggunakan rumus ABC, ya, yaitu yang pertama kita harus awareness, sadar diri bahwa ancaman kepada kita baik itu berkaitan dengan fisikal maupun mental akan selalu ada dalam setiap kehidupan harian kita. Apalagi misalnya kita sebagai seorang profesional, kita akan berhadapan dengan persoalan-persoalan. Nah, orang yang sebagai seorang profesional dalam bidang counseling, kita perlu memiliki kesadaran diri tentang hal tersebut, ya. Bagaimana penjagaan diri kita punya mekanisme tersendiri bagaimana menjaga diri kita. Yang kedua yaitu balance, keseimbangan. Nah, tadi saya sudah katakan bahwa penjagaan diri yang paling penting adalah keseimbangan. Jadi pada masa mana kita harus bekerja dengan serius, penuh komitmen, kemudian pada masa yang sama kita juga tahu bagaimana kita menyeimbangkan penjagaan diri kita, ya. Kita boleh melaksanakan pekerjaan dengan penuh komitmen, ada tekanan di situ, tetapi kita sadar juga pada saat menghadapi tekanan itu kita setelah bersedia melakukan persediaan atau tindakan-tindakan untuk mengatasi tekanan tersebut. Nah, yang ketiga, dalam penjagaan diri yang tidak kalah penting adalah komitmen. Karena penjagaan diri itu memerlukan konsistensi, memerlukan continuity. Tidak boleh hanya penjagaan diri seperti dalam peribahasa hangat-hangat tai ayam, ya. Dia tidak boleh seperti itu. Dia harus komitmen, konsisten, ya. Nah, itu sebabnya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, kita akan nampak beberapa kawan kita, sejawat kita, ada yang karena dia tidak pandai menjaga dirinya, ya, sehingga karena tekanan pekerjaan dalam masa yang katakanlah umur masih 30 tahun, ya, tetapi kerutan wajah, kemudian rambut, kemudian mungkin juga gigi sudah lepas, rambut sudah botak, kemudian kerutan wajah juga sudah semakin banyak, ya. Kenapa? Karena dia tidak komitmen, ya, tidak punya komitmen untuk menjaga dirinya, tidak konsisten, tidak secara terus-menerus. Oleh sebab itu kita akan kelihatan nanti orang yang pandai menjaga diri dalam konteks pekerjaan, antara konteks pribadi, dia nampak enjoy dengan pekerjaannya, enjoy dalam kehidupan dirinya. Jadi sampai dia pensiun nanti pun dia nampak masih sehat, bugar, kemudian boleh menikmati hari tua dengan nyaman, ya, dengan senang, boleh bepergian ke mana-mana. Tetapi ada di antara kawan-kawan kita yang tidak pandai menjaga diri, dia akan berhadapan dengan persoalan masih muda, sudah sakit, stres, hidup tidak happy, punya duit tapi tidak bahagia, punya pekerjaan, punya keluarga tapi tidak enjoy, tidak gembira, tidak bahagia dan lain sebagainya. Nah, ini makanya dalam penjagaan diri kita perlu ada komitmen, ya. Kalau tidak mungkin kegunaannya atau manfaatnya sangat sedikit bagi diri kita, khususnya sebagai seorang profesional. Nah, mengapa kita bicara tentang penjagaan diri? Jadi kalau kita bicara tentang penjagaan diri ini, ya, sebenarnya ada dua perspektif. Dari perspektif pekerja, dari perspektif kita sebagai seorang pekerja, pegawai kerajaan, sebagai kaunselor, yang pertama kita ingin terus kekal dengan pekerjaan itu. Ya. Yang kedua, kita ada keinginan untuk meneruskan peranan kita. Lalu yang ketiga, kita ingin memberi benefit kepada klien kita, orang-orang yang memerlukan perkhidmatan kita. Jadi kita ada tujuan di situ, ya, untuk kekal dengan perkhidmatan, memberikan yang terbaik dan sebagainya. Tetapi dari perspektif pemberi kerja atau atasan kita, jabatan kita, dia memiliki kepentingan juga. Dia ingin pekerja-pekerja yang bekerja ini adalah pekerja yang sehat, pekerja yang memiliki vitality, ya, mulai suasana pekerjaan yang penuh dengan suasana di mana orang tidak ada tekanan. Jadi dari perspektif pemberi kerja atau jabatan kita, dia ingin dengan adanya penjagaan diri ini, pekerjanya boleh mengurangkan stres atau burnout. Kemudian tidak juga banyak yang stop pensiun awal atau berhenti lebih awal dengan adanya penjagaan diri ini. Jadi ada dua kepentingan dalam hal ini ketika kita bicara bagaimana penjagaan diri. Bukan hanya dari perspektif sebagai seorang pekerja atau pegawai kerajaan, tetapi juga dari pihak kerajaan memiliki kepentingan juga. Oleh sebab itu, saya kira bulan counseling atau program counseling yang diselenggarakan oleh Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia ini dalam 3 hari 4 hari ini adalah cara untuk melakukan upaya bagaimana pekerjanya memiliki kesehatan, boleh mengurangkan stres, boleh mengurangkan burnout, performance dalam bekerjanya meningkat, lebih baik dan lain sebagainya. Jadi kalau kita bicara self-care dalam konteks kita sebagai seorang profesional, dia ada dua kepentingan itu. Jadi jangan hanya kalau kita bicara self-care itu seolah-olah kepentingannya cuma diri kita sendiri, tapi tidak. Kepentingannya adalah pada jabatan kita juga. Jadi kalau kita bekerja dengan penuh, enjoy, bahagia dan sebagainya, kemudian kepuasan kerja kita juga meningkat, baik, performance kita juga bagus, maka jabatan kita juga senang. Tapi kalau misalnya kita karena tidak pandai menjaga diri, selalu sakit, tidak sehat, tidak vitality-nya kurang bagus, kemudian akhirnya mempengaruhi performa kerja kita. Nah, kalau performa kerja kita buruk, itu akan berpengaruh pada jabatan kita. Kualiti perkhidmatan jabatan akhirnya terjejas dengan keadaan ini. Maka itu menurut saya, kalau kita bicara tentang self-care ini, dua-dua perspektif ini harus dipahami. Jadi ada dua kepentingan di sini. Ya. Nah, mengapa persoalannya penjagaan diri ini penting? Yang pertama adalah mengurangkan stres dan meningkatkan kualiti hidup kita. Jadi tujuan akhirnya itu adalah kualiti hidup. Jadi kualiti hidup itu boleh diukur dari kesehatan, hubungan sosial, hubungan dengan persekitaran, ya itu adalah indikator kepada orang yang hidupnya berkualiti. Jadi yang kita ingin tuju itu hidup berkualiti sebagai seorang sebagai personal maupun sebagai seorang profesional. Kemudian kajian menunjukkan bahwa penjagaan kesehatan itu menunjukkan bahwa dengan adanya penjagaan diri itu akan meningkatkan kesejahteraan kita secara keseluruhan. Jadi mental, fisikal, ya, sosial. Nah, itu sangat penting. Jadi kita sejahtera secara fisikal, sejahtera secara mental, sejahtera juga secara sosial. Ya. Kemudian dengan adanya penjagaan diri ini, kita juga dapat memanage stres kita dalam kehidupan harian kita. Ya, tekanan akademik, hubungan tricky dalam hubungan interpersonal, masa depan yang tidak menentu, COVID yang tak jelas kapan akan berakhir, PKP terus berlangsung, kemudian kita terhalang untuk bebas berkumpul dengan rakan-rakan dan sebagainya. Nah, itu dengan adanya penjagaan diri, dengan otomatis kita pandai memanage situasi harian kita. Jadi kita boleh terlepas dari tekanan hidup dalam harian kita. Ya. Kemudian apabila kita tidak pandai menjaga diri kita, maka akan kualiti hidup kita akan buruk. Ya, kualiti hidup buruk akhirnya mempengaruhi kualiti pekerjaan kita. Ya, misalnya ya kita melayani klien kita asal saja, yang penting selesai, ada rekor, ada catatan, tetapi kita tidak melakukannya dengan sungguh-sungguh. Akhirnya kita menghasilkan perkhidmatan yang terburuk, ya. Dan itu mau tidak mau penjagaan diri yang buruk itu akan mengurangi kemampuan empati kita. Nah, oleh sebab itu menurut saya sangat penting juga kita memperhatikan persoalan ini, ya, self-care ini. Nah,
yang begitu menarik, Prof. Cuma slide Prof tak bergerak.
Hah? Tak bergerak?
Iya, slide Prof tidak bergerak.
Kenapa ya? Tak bergerak. Di saya bergerak. Ada nampak?
Belum lagi, Prof.
Ada nampak slide?
Okey, nampak slide.
Okey, ini bergerak kah?
Belum lagi sebab mungkin Prof boleh klik di bahagian slideshow.
Ini masih di slideshow?
Ya,
Sudah?
sebab sekarang sudah bergerak tetapi bukan dalam mode slideshow.
Okey, saya cuba ya.
Ya.
Ini muka pertama kan?
Ini sekarang di muka surat 9. Di page 9. Ya.
Ini gambar yang ini? Gambar?
Why self-care are important.
Oh, kenapa di saya sudah ini ya, sudah maju ke depan. Nah, ini sekarang?
Sekarang dia tidak bergerak, masih lagi di slide yang sama.
Oh. Kenapa?
Atau Prof urus setia yang tolong paparkan?
Boleh.
Urus setia bantu paparkanlah.
Ini nampakkah?
Belum lagi. Sedang nah sekarang nampak the importance of
Ini nampak?
self-care. Nampak.
Okey.
Nampak.
Okey, saya coba.
Tapi dia agak tak berapa jelas. Bolehkah di bahagian paparkan untuk slideshow? Sebab dia
Ini
kecil
sudah slideshow.
paparannya kecil. Mungkin Prof boleh tekan yang bahagian
Sudah?
hmm,
Sudah slideshow nih? Kenapa ya? Boleh tolong dari Urustia?
Oke, Prof, boleh teruskan. Sekarang oke, slide dah oke.
Ini Urustia kah yang
Urus
itu atau
Setia.
saya?
Sekarang
Oke,
ini Urus Setia bantu paparkan.
oke. Jadi yang berikutnya adalah pentingnya penjagaan diri itu. Jadi kita nih ada dalam kehidupan kita ini ada kehidupan personal, ada kehidupan profesional. Jadi dua-duanya nih dalam kehidupan ya penuh dengan tekanan. Nah, kalau kita memiliki penjagaan diri baik, maka kita ada kepuasan hidup, resilience kita meningkat, ya. Kita mampu mengatasi setiap keadaan yang tidak menyenangkan, persoalan-persoalan emosional boleh kita atasi. Tapi apabila kita memiliki penjagaan diri yang buruk, maka akan timbul ya, fatigue, ya, burnout, dissatisfaction dalam pekerjaan kita. Nah, ini yang harus disadari oleh kita semua. Jadi saya percaya bahwa Kaunselor Kaunselor adalah orang yang tahu tentang perkara ini. Tetapi seringkali kita tahu, tapi kita tidak terlupa untuk melakukannya. Ya, jadi apa namanya? Kita tahu situasinya, tapi kita lupa melakukannya. Next slide. Nah, apa itu compassion fatigue? Jadi ini tanpa kita sadari sebenarnya kita merasa tidak ada kemampuan untuk berfungsi, penuh stres daripada biasanya, kemudian ada mengalami rasa traumatik, ya, kemudian bekerja kuat tapi hasil tidak maksimum, ya, mengalami iritasi, kemudian merasa boring dan lain sebagainya, lebih sering sakit, sekejap-sekejap hantar message tak boleh datang ke sekolah, ke office karena badan tidak sehat. Kadang-kadang badan tidak sehat itu bukan karena faktor fisikalnya, tetapi faktor mentalnya, faktor psikologikalnya. Hidup dengan stres tentu akan berpengaruh kepada fisikal seseorang. Jadi orang yang secara fisikal sakit belum tentu sakit secara fisikal, tapi lebih disebabkan oleh psychological. Jadi mungkin migrain, mungkin juga ciri-birit, ya, pagi-pagi ciri-birit, tapi sebenarnya bukan karena ciri-birit karena salah makan, tapi ada pekerjaan yang mencabar di depan yang dia tidak yakin boleh menyelesaikannya karena dia sudah diliputi oleh stres, ya. Nah, ini compassion fatigue ini yaitu stres yang disebabkan karena memberikan perkhidmatan kepada orang lain. Jadi ini adalah gejala yang paling umum dialami oleh setiap profesi pertolongan manusia, ya. Profesi perkhidmatan kepada manusia itu selalu menghadapi persoalan ini, ya, compassion fatigue. Sakit badan, lengu-lengu, ya, rasa macam penuh dengan kolesterol, padahal tidak ada kolesterol, ya, cuma fisikal, psikosomatis, ya. Nah, itu yang banyak terjadi. Next slide. Nah, harusnya dengan adanya penjagaan diri maka kita penuh dengan kebahagiaan, kepuasan dalam memberikan perkhidmatan. Jadi kita merasa gembira dapat menolong orang lain, tapi pada masa yang sama, ya, kita senang dengan orang yang mengalami perubahan, tapi kita juga harus menyadari bahwa diri kita juga harus mengalami perubahan. Jadi ada proses perubahan pada diri kita dan juga pada diri klien kita. Jangan klien kita saja berubah menjadi lebih baik, tapi kita menjadi mundur. Ya. Jadi dua-duanya harus seimbang. Next slide. Nah, tadi saya bicara tentang kehidupan personal. Sekarang kehidupan profesional kita, quality hidup kita sebagai profesional. Yang paling sering terjadi, ya, apabila kita tidak pandai melakukan penjagaan diri, kita akan mengalami burnout dan compassion fatigue tadi. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah secondary trauma. Ya, secondary trauma ini kadang-kadang disebutnya vicarious trauma. Ya, jadi ini yang sering terjadi, dan oleh sebab itu maka kita harus menyeimbangkan kehidupan personal kita dengan kehidupan profesional kita. Tentu kualiti hidup profesional kita harus juga lebih baik. Oleh sebab itu kegiatan-kegiatan seperti ini, pelatihan, seminar, kursus, ya, itu cara-cara untuk selalu meningkatkan kualiti profesional kita. Nah, sudah barang tentu kita juga menyadari bahwa dalam tugas-tugas profesional kita banyak sekali tekanan-tekanan yang berkaitan dengan pekerjaan, dengan klien kita. Tetapi apabila kita memiliki penjagaan diri yang baik, maka hal-hal tersebut boleh terhindarkan. Next slide. Nah, ini yang selalu terjadi, ya, dalam harian ini. Wah, macam-macam. Kalau kaunselor seorang ibu-ibu pagi-pagi kena siapkan keperluan anak mau sekolah, husband mau pergi office, kemudian dia juga nak siap-siap untuk pergi office, kena siapkan program, siapkan sesi dan lain sebagainya. Stres, ya. Kadang-kadang dia lupa juga. Banyak yang terjadi di kalangan profesional perempuan, ya. Misalnya dia sudah turun dari rumah atau sudah masuk kereta, dia lupa. Tadi sudah off kan belum, ya, itu gas sudah off belum? Tadi iron sudah dicabut ke belum dari switch elektrik dan lain sebagainya. Nah, itu sering terjadi, ya. Dari stres ini boleh menimbulkan persoalan-persoalan mental yang lebih serius lagi. Misalnya OCD, ya, obsessive compulsive disorder, itu banyak terjadi. Pada laki-laki juga demikian. Pada laki-laki banyak yang sudah pelupa. Nah, ya, jangan sampai lupa nak balik ke rumah, itu sajalah, ya. Itu dikhawatirkan, ya, dan lupa. Kenapa? Karena hidup penuh dengan stres. Stres pekerjaan, harus nulis report, case study, harus mengendalikan sesi, pelajar banyak masalah, rakan sekerja banyak songe, lain-lain sebagainya. Itu adalah fakta dalam kehidupan kita. Nah, oleh sebab itu kita harus pandai meminit stres. Nah, burnout adalah lanjutan daripada stres, ya. Jadi stres yang tidak terkontrol, tidak boleh dikendalikan, akan berlanjut pada burnout. Jadi stres pekerjaan ini berkaitan pekerjaan dari compassion fatigue tadi, stres, kemudian berlanjut kepada burnout. Next slide. Next slide. Ya. Nah, stres. Jadi kita selalu, dan stres sesuatu yang wajar, tetapi ada kadar tertentu yang harus dibatasi. Jadi kita tidak boleh juga stres yang berlebihan. Stres adalah common bagi semua orang, ya, bagian dari kehidupan kita, dan stres itu juga boleh memotivasi kita. Jadi penting bagi kita adalah stres itu adalah sesuatu yang wajar, tetapi stres yang berlebihan dia akan mengancam kehidupan kita. Oleh sebab itu kita harus paham dengan situasi stres ini. Next slide. Nah, Yang berikutnya adalah negatif stres. Jadi stres itu ada dua, ya, distress dengan eustress. Nah, kalau yang dikhawatirkan ini adalah apabila terjadi kumulatif stres, ya, kumulatif stres ini stres yang bertumpuk, berkumpul, ya, menyatu dari awal tahun sampai akhir tahun. Nanti tahun depan terbawa lagi nih, macam cuti yang dibawa ke tahun mendatang, ya. Stres pun begitu, stres pekerjaan tahun ini tak tuntas, nanti tahun berikutnya terbawa lagi. Bulan ini tak tuntas, dibawa lagi. Minggu ini tidak selesai, minggu depan akhirnya menjadi kumulatif, ya. Kemudian belum lagi ada critical incident stress. Stres yang tiba-tiba terjadi berkaitan dengan peristiwa-peristiwa tertentu. Misalnya ada kebakaran rumah, kecelakaan insiden kereta, dan sebagainya. Itu merupakan critical incident stress. Ada masalah di sekolah, misalnya ada pelajar yang berkelahi dan sebagainya, ya. Itu critical incident stress. Jadi kita yang mempunyai tanggung jawab itu harus memberikan perhatian dan itu menyebabkan stres pada kita. Lalu yang ketiga yaitu vicarious trauma yang kadang-kadang disebutnya secondary trauma. Trauma yang dihasilkan dari pengalaman kita memberikan perkhidmatan kepada klien kita yang mempunyai masalah-masalah yang sangat traumatik. Mungkin ada pelajar kita atau klien kita yang mengalami penderaan seksual, ya, kita tangani, kita atasi secara tidak langsung, itu memberi impact kepada kita. Nah, semuanya ini harus kita sadari betul. Tanpa menyadari hal tersebut, kita akan perlahan-lahan tetapi pasti dia akan mempengaruhi diri kita apabila kita tidak memiliki penjagaan diri, ya. Next slide. Nah, kumulatif stres itu akhirnya, ya, apabila tidak termanajekan dengan baik akan membawa kepada burnout. Burnout itu adalah situasi di mana orang merasa tidak punya keupayaan empati, keupayaan fisikal, kemudian tidak ada lagi rasa emosi yang sudah tidak berjalan sebagaimana mestinya, sehingga orang sudah tidak ambil peduli dan tidak ambil berat tentang pekerjaannya. Nah, kalau ini terjadi, maka dia akan mempengaruhi quality perkhidmatan kita dan quality jabatan kita. Oleh sebab itu, burnout perlu kita kenali. Next slide. Oke, next slide. Nah, apa itu burnout? Jadi banyak sekali teori atau pembahasan yang dikemukakan oleh para pakar, ya. Tetapi ketika bicara tentang burnout, dalam banyak kajian oleh para pakar itu selalu dinyatakan bahwa helping profession, ya, helping profession adalah profession yang penuh dengan burnout. Jadi helping profession itu apa? Tadi saya di awal sudah katakan human service profession. Jadi counselor sekolah itu masuk dalam helping profession. Helping profession ini adalah salah satu profession yang penuh dengan burnout. Nah, kalau kita kenali apa bezanya stres dengan burnout, kalau stres itu masih boleh, ya. Kalau orang stres makannya banyak, nah cakap banyak, itu stres. Tapi kalau orang depresi itu depression biasanya tak mau makan, diam. Orang burnout dia mematung, ya, seperti patung. Yang ditanya kawan, ada apa? Tak ada apa-apa, ya. Kemudian kalau ditanya, jom makan, oke. Tapi dia pikiran kemana, badan di mana, pikiran kemana, ya. Itu tanda-tanda orang burnout. Jadi di jabatan kita mungkin saja kita akan jumpa ini, ya. Apakah boleh diselesaikan? Boleh diselesaikan. Tetapi apabila tidak, itu gunanya penjagaan diri. Tetapi apabila tidak diselesaikan dengan baik, burnout akan memberi impact yang lebih lanjut, bukan hanya pada pekerjaan, tetapi kepada kesehatan mental kita. Ya, boleh berterusan kepada depression, boleh berlanjut kepada mungkin tadi ada juga vicarious trauma, boleh menjadi post traumatic stress disorder, mungkin nanti akan berlanjut juga pada gangguan mental yang lain, ya seperti skizofrenia atau yang lain. Nah, oleh sebab itu penting bagi kita memahami bahwa profession ini, ya, konseling sekolah, ya, sebagai konselor sekolah adalah profession yang sebenarnya sangat mudah terdedah kepada burnout. Next slide. Nah, tanda-tandanya mudah sakit. Tadi sekejap-sekejap hari Isnin WhatsApp pengetua, Tuan mohon maaf, atau Puan mohon maaf, hari ini saya tak dapat pergi office, kurang sihat. Nanti habis klinik nanti MC saya hantar. Selalu begitu. Ya. Kalau dalam 1 tahun banyak MC, itu tanda orang burnout. Ya. Kecuali memang dia punya masalah penyakit fisikal. Ya. Tapi kalau misalnya sakitnya yang katakanlah sakit yang remeh-temeh, sakit kepala, ya, migrain dan lain sebagainya, itu boleh dikatakan itu tanda burnout. Kemudian biasanya coping orang yang burnout ini buruk, ya, dia tidak pandai melakukan coping. Nah, coping ini juga berkaitan dengan tadi stres. Jadi orang yang tidak pandai melakukan coping terhadap stres juga akhirnya juga burnout-nya juga buruk. Mudah marah, itu orang yang burnout, marah, sikit-sikit marah ke guru, marah ke sejawat, marah ke murid dan sebagainya. Ya, sinis kepada orang lain. Ya, kemudian keletihan yang sangat luar biasa, ya, sangat letih, merasa sangat letih, padahal dia tidak kerja apa-apa, tidak ada kerja fisikal, ya, tetapi sangat merasa letih. Dan biasanya mulai mencoba menghindar dari tugas-tugas profesional dia. Jadi kalau dia tadinya melayani klien, melayani pelajar di sekolah misalnya, dia mulai mengelak untuk menangani kes-kes pelajar. Dia alihkan kepada kaunselor lain, ya. Mungkin juga dia kata, tak apalah, ini bukan masalah yang perlu diselesaikan, remeh-temeh saja dan sebagainya. Itu ciri-ciri orang yang sedang burnout. Ya, next slide. Nah, ini juga, ya, kekurangan motivasi itu pasti, mudah frustrasi, sinism, punya masalah kognitif, mulai lupa, mudah pelupa, itu tanda-tanda burnout juga, ya. Kemudian masalah hubungan interpersonal di rumah dan pekerjaan. Jadi hati-hati, burnout karena pekerjaan boleh memberi impact kepada persoalan di rumah. Ya, hubungan interpersonal dengan suami, dengan istri, itu akan berpengaruh. Termasuk juga hubungan interpersonal dengan anak. Jadi kita beban pekerjaan akhirnya terbawa kepada situasi di rumah. Ya. Nah, ini yang harus kita jaga. Itu yang dari awal saya katakan, kita harus menyeimbangkan balance antara kehidupan personal dengan kehidupan profesional kita. Kita tidak mau karena burnout, karena stres pekerjaan dan sebagainya mempengaruhi situasi di rumah. Ya, dia akan nampak. Kamu katakan kamu tidak mengalami stres, kamu tidak katakan tidak burnout, tetapi sikap dalam berkomunikasi dengan anggota keluarga itu akan kelihatan bahwa Anda mengalami stres atau mengalami burnout. Ya, itu kelihatan sekali. Kemudian kalau orang sudah burnout, biasanya tidak ambil peduli dengan dirinya sendiri. Nah, bagaimana mau penjagaan diri kalau sudah sampai pada level burnout? Nah, oleh sebab itu penjagaan diri penting untuk mencegah jangan sampai mengalami burnout. Nah, kalau nanti sudah burnout, maka penanganannya bukan lagi dengan penjagaan diri, dia memerlukan intervensi pihak lain. Jadi jangan sampai nanti sebagai seorang konselor ya juga harus berhadapan atau harus diintervensi, harus mendapatkan permintaan konseling dari orang lain. Jadi mungkin konselingnya nanti oleh konselor klinikal atau psikiatris, ya kan tentu itu akan menjatuhkan maruah kita. Ini kita profesional, konselor, tapi kita juga punya masalah. Jadi seringkali orang menganggap konselor ini pekerja sosial apa psikologis, ini orang-orang yang baik semua, emosionalnya bagus semuanya. Tapi dalam kenyataannya kita beban pekerjaan juga berat. Kalau tidak pandai, kita akan justru bermasalah. Jadi jangan sampai sebagai seorang penolong kita penuh dengan masalah, bagaimana kita mau nolong orang lain. Jadi sebagai penolong kita harus bebas dari masalah. Kita boleh menolong orang-orang yang bermasalah. Nah, itu impact dari pada burnout. Impact lainnya itu masalah kesehatan. Biasanya kalau orang sudah burnout itu akan berpengaruh pada kesehatan. Ingat, dalam berbagai teori ada dinyatakan stres, burnout itu akan berpengaruh pada kesehatan. Jadi mungkin darah tinggi, mungkin jantung, mungkin stroke, boleh menyebabkan dan lain-lain sebagainya, boleh menyebabkan impact daripada burnout ini. Ya, yang paling nampak biasanya kalau orang stres dan burnout kelihatan dari tampilan kulit, wajah, kulit lengan, ya itu akan kelihatan. Ya, jadi lebih cepat keriput daripada orang yang tidak stres dan tidak burnout. Oke, next slide. Nah, tetapi burnout ini killer atau opportunity, pembunuh atau peluang. Jadi burnout itu justru sebenarnya harus dilihat sebagai peluang, ya, untuk rediscover supaya hidup kita ini jadi bahagia. Jadi kalau kita cepat menyadari bahwa I'm burnout, saya burnout, maka perlu cepat tindakan recovery supaya kita mencapai bahagia lagi, enjoy dengan pekerjaan kita dan lain sebagainya. Oleh sebab itu sangat penting bagi kita mengenali tanda-tanda awal dari burnout tadi. Next slide. Next slide. Ya. Nah, yang vicarious trauma tadi saya sudah jelaskan, ya. Ketika trauma itu dialami oleh klien kita, dia akan mempengaruhi kita yang menolongnya, ya. Trauma apabila ada situasi pengalaman yang selalu teringat dengan kejadian atau ada situasi yang kita ingin hindarkan dalam pemikiran kita, itu adalah trauma, ya. Jadi kalau orang trauma itu tidak mau mengingat, tidak mau melakukan, menghindari situasi itu. Nah, tapi trauma juga, ya, vicarious trauma ini juga boleh dilihat dari setiap tahapan. Ada yang short term trauma, ada medium term, ada long term. Nah, seringkali kita tidak menyadari. Jadi kita menangani klien 3 bulan yang lalu, tetapi setelah selesai masalah tersebut, kemudian muncul case, misalnya ditayangkan oleh media, di televisi dan sebagainya, kita teringat kembali peristiwa itu dan akhirnya mengganggu kehidupan harian kita. Kita selalu teringat, terbayang-bayang kejadian itu, klien yang kita tangani, ya. Itulah yang dinamakan vicarious trauma. Vicarious trauma ini dialami oleh helping profesional, kita yang memberikan perkhidmatan kepada klien kita. Ini sangat umum terjadi, ya, bagi kita. Terutama apabila case-case yang kita tangani itu case-case misalnya klien atau kanak-kanak yang di sekolah mengalami penderitaan seksual atau case-case kekerasan fisikal dan lain sebagainya, itu biasa akan berpengaruh kepada kita, ya. Oke, next. Nah, tetapi trauma juga boleh. Jadi ada dua, vicarious trauma yang berasal dari diri kita karena kita melayani klien kita, jadi berasal dari klien, tetapi juga ada yang bersumber dari yang disebutnya institusional trauma. Trauma yang berasal dari institusi. Institusi itu dari mana? Dari masyarakat. Ya mungkin karena kita terlalu asik dengan bermedia sosial, ya, Facebook, Instagram dan lain sebagainya. Kita menonton tayangan video-video atau gambar-gambar yang pembunuhan atau case-case ada gambar orang yang potong leher, kecelakaan kemalangan jalan raya dan sebagainya, itu secara tidak langsung akan mempengaruhi kita. Nah, kalau dari masyarakat, dari persekitaran, ya, dari agensi dan sebagainya, itu juga memberi impact, dari klien juga memberi impact, akhirnya lengkaplah sudah. Oleh sebab itu, saya juga menyarankan kita juga harus pandai-pandai menggunakan media sosial. Kita juga harus cerdik, ya, harus juga smart dalam penggunaan media sosial. Jadi kita juga harus menghindarkan pengalaman traumatik akibat menonton atau melihat tayangan-tayangan di media sosial. Selain daripada situasi yang dari klien kita. Jadi kalau dari klien kita juga trauma, kemudian dari masyarakat juga menimbulkan trauma pada kita, maka kita akan semakin kuat, semakin hebat vicarious trauma yang kita alami. Jadi hidup kita ini menjadi terjejas, quality hidup kita akhirnya terjejas, ya. Next. Nah, oleh sebab itu, ya, masalah compassion fatigue, vicarious trauma ini itu memang konsekuensi yang harus dialami. Tetapi konsekuensi ini boleh kita atasi, boleh kita minimumkan, ya. Jadi contoh pengalaman saya ketika tsunami di Aceh, saya menjadi pemerhati, ya, dari kementerian. Pada ketika itu saya melihat relawan-relawan mengangkat mayat, ya, jenazah, ya, dari padang, dari kebun kelapa dan sebagainya, ada yang nyangkut di pokok, kemudian diangkat diletakkan dalam truk. Nah, saya yang melihat saja itu menimbulkan trauma, apalagi yang orang yang melakukan, yang mengangkatnya, ya. Saya melihat saja trauma. Apakah wajar? Trauma itu wajar, tetapi apabila dia mengganggu aktiviti kehidupan kita, kita tak boleh konsentrasi, kita tak boleh melakukan pekerjaan dengan baik karena selalu teringat dengan kejadian itu, maka itulah yang dinamakan trauma, ya. Nah, trauma itu yang saya katakan boleh short term, seketika dalam waktu 1 bulan kejadian, selepas kejadian kita tengok dia akan muncul, atau selepas 3 bulan, itu disebutnya medium term, atau 6 bulan sampai bila-bila, itu yang dinamakan long term. Tapi boleh jadi trauma ada yang disebutnya sebagai delay onset. Delay onset itu ya trauma yang delay. Ya, kalau kapal terbang delay tidak tahu, boleh 1 jam, boleh 2 jam, boleh 3 jam, mungkin juga 6 jam. Mungkin juga keesokan harinya. Nah, sama juga trauma ini boleh delay. Jadi tidak muncul dalam perjalanan kehidupan kita, tapi tiba-tiba setelah sekian lama terkenangkan kembali. Jadi itu adalah trauma, ya. Nah, masalahnya adakah itu mengganggu kehidupan kita atau tidak? Kalau dia sampai mengganggu aktiviti kehidupan kita, konsentrasi kita dan sebagainya, maka trauma itu harus diatasi atau ditangani, ya. Next slide. Oke, nah, oleh sebab itulah saya kembali ke awal tadi, kita harus dapat membuat boundaries, ya, sempadan dalam konteks profesional kita sebagai seorang profesional. Ketika kita menghadapi stres dan burnout, jangan takut untuk sharing dengan orang lain, ya. Itu tetapi sharing dengan orang lain itu maksudnya untuk menunjukkan bahwa kita punya masalah yang mungkin dengan sharing itu boleh menyelesaikan persoalan atau mengurangkan beban kita. Tetapi biasanya orang yang stres atau burnout itu terjadi karena dia terlalu banyak cerita tentang klien atau terlalu banyak cerita tentang coworker, staff yang lain. Dia cerita, klien lu gini-gini. Nah, itu akhirnya apa? Secara tidak langsung kita juga sudah mengabaikan prinsip-prinsip kerahasiaan. Ya, sharing information about other staff. Cerita tentang orang lain, staff lain, kaunselor lain. Terlalu banyak komplain. Jadi kita sebagai profesional kita harus membatasi diri mana wilayah sempadan tugas profesional kita yang boleh kita lakukan, ya. Kalau kita terlalu banyak komplain tentang agensi kita, tentang jabatan kita, itu biasanya kelihatan itu tanda awal orang yang burnout nanti, ya, orang stres. Terlalu banyak komplain. Kalau komplain tentang sesuatu yang untuk kebaikan, oke. Tapi seringkali orang banyak memberi komplain tapi tidak memberi solusi. Jadi kalau Anda mau memberi komplain, Anda beri solusi. Berilah solusi. Kalau misalnya ini masalahnya, solusi yang Anda berikan, tawarkan. Jadi jangan cuma komplain. Jadi kalau orang yang banyak komplain, cuma komplain saja, tidak memberi solusi, itu tanda-tanda orang burnout, orang stres. Ya. Nah, yang berikutnya, biasanya orang yang burnout, stress burnout ini mengembangkan dual relationship, ya, hubungan dua ganda, ya. Kemudian kadang-kadang juga ingin membangun hubungan personal dengan klien. Nah, ini sering juga terjadi, ya. Mungkin saya tidak punya data berapa banyak, tapi sering terjadi dalam konteks helping profesional mempunyai hubungan sulit dengan hubungan personal dengan klien, ya, bukan hubungan profesional. Jadi bertukar hubungan profesional menjadi hubungan personal, ya. Nah, ini yang sering terjadi juga. Jadi kita harus dapat membezakan mana tugas profesional dan mana tugas pribadi kita. Jadi dengan demikian maka biasanya kita boleh mengatasi keadaan dan boleh menghindarkan diri kita dari stres dan burnout. Jadi juga jangan terlalu banyak bergosip di office, ya, di jabatan. Nah, itu kalau terlalu banyak bergosip di jabatan itu tanda-tanda orang stres tuh, ya. Jadi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ya, tanda orang stres itu terlalu banyak bergosip. Kadang-kadang bergosip yang tidak tentu arah. Kita pekerjaan kita sebagai kaunselor sekolah, tapi kita bergosip politik. Nah, itu tanda-tanda orang stres, kurang kerjaan, ya, kurang kerja. Banyak pekerjaan lain, kita harus membuat report, membuat karya ilmiah, tulisan dari hasil apa yang kita lakukan pada klien kita, menghandle case, kita tulis menjadi laporan atau menjadi karya tulis ilmiah, ya, kita buat paper, lalu dipresentkan, dibentangkan dalam suatu conference, dalam persidangan. Itu yang harus kita lakukan sebagai seorang profesional, bukan bergosip, menggunjingkan orang, gibah, ya, yang kadang-kadang tidak ada kaitan dengan pekerjaan kita. Akibatnya apa? Ketika akhir tahun membuat laporan SKT, ya, kita tidak punya catatan prestasi apa yang kita lakukan, berapa banyak persidangan yang kita ikuti, berapa banyak pembentangan yang kita lakukan, tidak ada. Kenapa? Karena hidup kita sehari-hari kita kita lakukan dengan bergosip dari pagi, nanti pindah lagi, habis makan tengah hari, itu saja. Nah, itu kalau itu terjadi, mari kita perbaiki. Kita harus membedakan, membuat sempadan antara pekerjaan profesional kita, ya, tidak terlalu banyak melakukan komplain, ya, asik berkomplain saja. Itu kita harus tahu kapasiti profesional kita. Next slide. Oke, next. Nah, oleh sebab itu kita harus proaktif mencegah burnout. Next. Nah, bagaimana cara aktif atau pencegahan burnout ini? Yang pertama, manage your level stress. Jadi kita harus memanage level stress kita. Jadi tadi stres boleh, tetapi jangan berlebihan. Akan tercermin dari apa? Gangguan perut, ya kan, iritasi, masalah tekanan darah dan sebagainya. Terus berpengaruh juga pada tingkah laku, hilang konsentrasi, tiada selera makan dan sebagainya. Itu adalah tanda-tanda kita stres. Tapi yang paling penting bagi kita mencegah burnout itu adalah memanage level stres kita. Stres boleh, tapi ada batasannya, ya. Nah, itu cara trik bagaimana mengatasi stres. Saya kira tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sudah pun tahu, tapi seringkali lupa bagaimana harus melakukannya, ya. Yang kedua, harus realistik. Jadi tadi kalau kita sebagai kaunselor di sekolah, ya sudah, kita lakukan pekerjaan profesional kita. Nah, kita harus fokus pada pekerjaan kita. Jangan kita terlalu obsesi yang berlebihan sehingga kita tidak realistik, ya. Kita ingin menggapai bulan tetapi kita tidak kemana-mana. Seringkali banyak seorang pekerja di satu jabatan, ya, banyak dia bercita-cita, obsesi, tetapi dia tidak melakukan. Nah, dia pingin itu menyelesaikan, mengikuti pendidikan lanjutan, masters dan PhD, tapi dia tidak melakukan, dia tidak mendaftar, dia tidak mencoba melakukan pendaftaran atau apply untuk beasiswa dan sebagainya, tidak ada. Dia cuma cakap saja, saya pingin PhD, tapi dia tidak melakukan, ya. Jadi ini orang-orang yang tidak realistik menurut saya. Jadi kalau Anda mau menghindar dari stres dan burnout, maka hidup ini harus realistik juga, ya. Kemudian yang ketiga, mengenali apa yang dapat kamu lakukan dengan cara yang terbaik. Jadi kita harus menunjukkan the best practice yang boleh kita lakukan. Jadi di jabatan kita harus menunjukkan bahwa ini kelebihan saya. Dengan kelebihan itu saya boleh menonjol prestasi saya, dan orang boleh mencari saya dengan kelebihan-kelebihan yang ada pada saya. Jadi kita harus memberikan sesuatu yang berbeza, ya, dalam konteks perkhidmatan profesional kita. Nah, kita juga harus tahu bila saatnya kita mengambil take break, rehat dari aktiviti-aktiviti kesibukan pekerjaan kita. Jadi tidak ada salahnya kita juga memberi rehat kepada diri kita, ya, bukan hanya kesibukan dalam pekerjaan, tetapi juga kita harus mempedulikan kepada diri kita, kesehatan kita, fisikal kita, mental kita, dan lain sebagainya, ya. Jadi ini juga kita tahu mana saatnya kita menempatkan masa rehat, ya. Jadi jangan sampai nanti musim rehat, musim cuti kita tidak berehat, tapi musim aktif kegiatan di jabatan kita minta cuti. Nah, itu juga tak boleh terjadi. Jadi kita tahu mana masanya kita mengambil masa rehat. Jadi kita juga harus menempatkan ada me time, ya. me time, waktu untuk saya, waktu untuk diri saya sendiri. Jadi kesibukan boleh, keluarga kita urus juga ya, tetapi ada masanya kita harus peduli dengan me time, waktu saya ya. Oke, next. Menerima perubahan ya. Nah, kemudian bagaimana yang penjagaan diri yang baik itu? Ini orang penjagaan diri yang itu fisikalnya, kesadarannya, ya, pilihannya, perhatiannya, prioritinya, curiosity-nya, ya, support, pleasure, acceptance. Ini adalah ciri dari penjagaan diri yang baik. Jadi kita tahu bila harus speednya kencang, bila speednya slow, mana yang menyenangkan, happy, peduli dengan orang lain, membuat pilihan. Jadi orang yang self care ini ya harus pandai menempatkan posisi dirinya. Ya, next. Nah, penjagaan diri itu berkaitan dengan coping. Tadi saya sudah jelaskan. Ya, coping itu dengan cara apa? Berpikir yang jernih, makan yang sehat, ya, rajin untuk melakukan refleksi diri, exercise, counseling kesehatan mental. Mungkin secara ini kita juga mengikuti di YouTube ada sesi counseling kesehatan mental, berkunjung pada keluarga, kawan, meditasi, ya kan itu kan juga salah satu bepergian, ya itu salah satu coping kita. Tetapi coping ini harus coping yang positif. Jadi misalnya makan makanan yang sehat, jangan makan sembarang makan, ya kan. Kemudian mengunjungi kawan, ya, tapi kawan dalam konteks itu memberi manfaat, ya jangan nanti merusak malah. Kawan nanti dia tawarkan hal-hal yang tidak bagus, tidak baik, itu merusak diri kita. Jadi individual coping ini juga harus kita kembangkan. Jangan sampai kita terlalu berharap support dari orang lain, tetapi dari diri kita sendiri tidak ada. Next slide. Nah, balancing role. Jadi ada keseimbangan peran. Tadi saya dari awal keyword yang pentingnya adalah seimbangkan antara kehidupan pribadi dan kehidupan profesional. Jadi kita harus seimbang. Jangan terlalu berat sebelah. Jadi kalau berat sebelah pasti tidak bagus. Ya, tidak adil. Jadi kita adil kepada diri sendiri. Jadi jangan terlalu berlebihan mengambil berat klien kita, tapi kita tidak mengambil berat tentang diri kita. Next slide. Juga yang tidak kalah penting adalah mengembangkan hubungan. Hubungan yang bagaimana? Hubungan yang sehat. Jangan hubungan yang tidak sehat, apalagi hubungan yang toksik. Ya, ini harus kita jaga, kita kembangkan. Supaya apa? Ini adalah bentuk penjagaan diri kita. Jadi dengan kawan, dengan rekan sekerja, dengan pelajar, dengan profesional lain, kita dengan keluarga ya harus mengembangkan hubungan yang sehat. Next slide. Nah, ini adalah tip untuk self care bagi helping profesional ya, termasuk kaunselor ya. Nah, ini yang pertama, kenali dulu kita ada di mana ya. Jadi kita berada di mana nih? Kita termasuk orang yang mengambil berat tentang diri kita sendiri atau tidak ya. Nah, jadi ada banyak inventory, alat ukur untuk melihat keadaan kita ya, kita berada pada mana. Kemudian buatlah yang kedua, buatlah collection idea mengenai self care, penjagaan yang terbaik ya, kita kumpulkan. Jadi pengalaman saya juga demikian, saya buat, begini caranya supaya saya terhindar, saya beban pekerjaan. Ya, saya dalam minggu ini misalnya saya harus mengerjakan ada 10 tugasan, jadi saya buat list. 1, 2, 3, 4 sampai 10. Lalu saya kerjakan satu persatu. Yang selesai saya coret, saya pangkal. Selesai, ini selesai, ini selesai. Jadi itu salah satu cara untuk penjagaan diri supaya tidak stres. Ya, karena pekerjaan banyak. Harus mengajar, harus online, harus meeting, harus Zoom, segala macam. Ya. Jadi kita harus membuat cara. Ya. Kemudian tadi me time. Jadi kita dalam satu hari itu pun kita harus mencari masa di mana itu adalah masa kita. Jadi kita peduli dengan kita, diri sendiri ya. Find time for yourself every day. Jadi setiap hari kita ada me time, ya, me time. Nah, kemudian mencoba untuk bertanya kepada orang lain sekiranya memang memerlukan. Jadi kita minta bantuan orang lain, memang sekiranya diperlukan. Ya, tapi kalau tidak perlu, tidak perlu. Ya. Kemudian harus membuat strategi bagaimana mengatur transisi dari pekerjaan ke rumah. Nah ini juga ya, ini harus dimantapkan bagaimana kita mengatur transisi dari pekerjaan ke rumah. Jadi dari tempat pekerjaan itu nak balik rumah itu juga harus ada strategi, jangan sampai urusan pekerjaan masih dicakapkan di dalam perjalanan balik ke rumah. Nanti di rumah dicakapkan lagi. Udah, soalan pekerjaan sampai di office. Balik rumah tidak ada lagi pembicaraan pekerjaan. Dengan suami, dengan anak, cukup urus pembicaraan keluarga. Ya. Kemudian ini belajar juga tentang menjadi orang yang asertif. Jadi self care itu adalah orang yang selalu asertif, ya. Pandai mengatakan yes, no. Jadi kalau misalnya kita sedang banyak pekerjaan, sedang sibuk, sedang apa, ada kawan ajak pergi jalan dan sebagainya, kita akan orang yang asertif, dia boleh melakukan tindakan. Oh sorry, saya banyak pekerjaan sekarang. Nanti ada masanya kita boleh pergi jalan. Jadi kita juga pandai, ya. Nah, kemudian yang berikutnya, kita juga harus mencoba mengakses mana potensi trauma yang mungkin saja secara langsung atau tidak langsung akan mempengaruhi diri kita, yang bersumber dari pekerjaan atau bukan bersumber dari pekerjaan. Ya. Kemudian kita juga belajar tentang apa yang dimaksud dengan compassion fatigue dan trauma tadi. Ya. Karena seringkali kita tahu letih, tetapi kita tak tahu ini apa sebenarnya. Kita tahunya tak sihat, tapi sebenarnya itu tak sihat itu adalah compassion fatigue yang akhirnya berpengaruh pada fisikal kita. Ya. Kemudian gunakan penyeliaan, jadi atau peer support, ya. Nah di dalam counseling juga ada kaunselor yang sudah senior, kaunselor berdaftar, ya, KBPA misalnya. Terus itu proses penyeliaan, ya. Kalau ada pekerjaan yang penuh dengan perlu dibicarakan, dibincangkan, ada pekerjaan yang rasa berat, tidak mungkin case ini boleh selesai sendiri, boleh dibincangkan dengan penyeliaan atau peer support sesama kaunselor, ya, boleh. Nah, itu salah satu cara. Yang berikutnya adalah menghadiri workshop, training, dan seminar, dan lain-lain tadi. Saya katakan banyak cara untuk melakukan penjagaan diri ini bagi seorang profesional dalam profesi menolong. Ya, di antaranya adalah menghadiri workshop. Banyak workshop, training, ya, yang boleh dimanfaatkan untuk penjagaan diri. Ya, kadang-kadang bagaimana training atau workshop tentang how to manage your stress, misalnya, how to manage your relationship with colleague, misalnya, atau how to manage conflict in the office, dan lain-lain sebagainya. Banyak workshop dan training yang itu merupakan bentuk dari penjagaan diri. Ya, next. Oke, nah dalam konteks kita ini sudah next slide. Nah, bagaimana praktisnya penjagaan diri? Ya, yang pertama itu banyak minum, ya, makan yang baik-baik. Jadi makan baik-baik itu yang mengurangkan makanan yang mengandung zat-zat tertentu, ya, itu penting. Nah, drinking water ini ternyata minum air putih, air hangat itu boleh mengurangkan tekanan, boleh meminimumkan tekanan, mungkin detak jantung dan sebagainya, ya. Jadi kalau jangan minum yang manis-manis, ya, minumlah air putih. Nah, itu salah satu penjagaan diri. Kenapa? Karena minum yang manis-manis itu akan berdampak juga kepada kesehatan yang lain. Oleh sebab itu, makan dan minum juga harus diatur. Ini bagian dari penjagaan diri. Jadi penjagaan diri itu tadi saya katakan fisikal, mental, dan sosial. Ya. Cukup tidur. Nah, ini masalah nih. Kalau tengok drama Korea, Netflix atau apa, ya kan, kemudian browsing internet sampai larut malam, akhirnya tidur kurang, besok pagi pergi office, akhirnya performance kita, physical kita tidak sehat. Kalau terus-menerus seperti itu akan memberi impact kepada kesehatan kita. Ya. Next slide. Nah, ini, ya. Tidur yang cukup 7 jam atau 8 jam. Ya. Hindarkan itu device. Jangan sudah tempat tidur pegang handphone. Kalau pegang handphone, tahu mau saatnya tidur, handphone harus diletakkan pada tempatnya. Jangan tidur bersama handphone. Nah, itu berbahaya, ya. Nah, kalau ini dilakukan, ini merupakan bagian dari penjagaan diri. Jadi akan berpengaruh kepada fisikal kita dan mental kita. Tidur yang cukup, ya, rehat yang cukup itu akan berpengaruh kepada fisikal dan mental kita. Jadi nanti orang yang cukup tidurnya, rehat cukup, ada exercise lagi, itu biasanya boleh bekerja dengan optimal, ya, dengan optimum. Dia tidak mudah lelah, tidak punya penat dan sebagainya. Next. Nah, ini tadi exercise, ya. Jadi harus ambil masa, kalau tidak boleh ini jalan kaki, ya, jalan di sekitar rumah atau di office. Jangan misalnya cuma pergi ke kantin jaraknya cuma 500 meter kita naik kereta. Nah, itu juga tidak membangun exercise yang bagus, ya. Akhirnya apa? Exercise ini menghasilkan mood. Endorfin kita stabil. Nah, kalau endorfin stabil, biasanya orang enjoy, bahagia, moodnya bagus, tidak mudah marah, tidak banyak songe, ya, banyak marah-marah. Itu pentingnya. Jadi harus exercise dan selalu aktif. Paling tidak 1 kali 1 minggu, paling tidak itu. Tapi akan lebih bagus setiap hari. Jadi kalau misalnya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan makan tengah hari, ya, di office, jarak ke kantin itu 500 meter, ya bagus jalan. Jadi itu exercise juga. Jangan tidak ada activity, tidak ada exercise. Oke. Terus tinggal atau berada dalam ruangan aircon, itu juga kalau berjam-jam berada di ruang aircon itu juga tidak sehat, ya. Pengaruh kepada kulit menjadi kering, kemudian iritasi mata, hidung, pendengaran dan sebagainya. Nah, akhirnya apa? Itu mempengaruhi kesehatan kita. Karena kesehatan kita akhirnya dalam pekerjaan kita juga terjejas. Next slide. Oke. Nah, juga kita membuat schedule, membuat jadwal, ya. Membuat jadwal supaya kita tahu jadwal harian kita, bila kita melakukan sesi, bila ada meeting, bila masanya kita menulis report, bila kita masanya kita rehat dan sebagainya. Ini sepertinya sederhana, ya, sebetulnya sederhana. Tetapi di dalam jadwal itu ada kita selipkan bagaimana self care kita, penjagaan diri kita masukkan dalam schedule itu, dalam jadwal itu. Ya. Nampak sederhana, tetapi kalau kita lakukan itu akan memberi kebaikan pada diri kita. Tapi umumnya orang abai tentang hal ini. Ya. Next slide. Nah, minta bantuan pada profesional lain, senior, ya, konselor kanan di sekolah, atau penolong kanan, atau guru pengetua dan sebagainya. Itu atau sesama konselor, atau academic advisor di university, di college, di maktab perguruan, mungkin yang boleh kita rujuk untuk kita bertanya, membantu, boleh mengurangkan beban pekerjaan kita. Mungkin kita perlu input, masukan, saran dan sebagainya. Ini ada bagian dari penjagaan diri, ya. Next. Nah, penjagaan diri ini juga boleh berupa tadi fisikal, emosional, sosial, spiritual, ya. Ini misalnya tadi tidur, berjalan, exercise, yoga. Ini stress management, mungkin ada berbagai kaedah copingnya, ya. Kemudian juga support system, sosial media, meditasi, time alone, ya, me time, prayer, ya, berdoa, sholat. Jadi bagi yang Muslim, sholat itu merupakan bagian dari penjagaan diri juga, ya. Jadi bagi yang agama lain, ya, dengan cara mereka beribadah, berdoa, ya, meditasi dan lain sebagainya, itu cara penjagaan diri. Sifat penjagaan dirinya adalah yang berbentuk spiritual. Kita harus menyeimbangkan semua, bio, psikososial, spiritual. Jadi aspek fisikal, psikologikal, sosial, dan spiritual kita. Kemudian kita juga tetap harus punya hobi. Jadi biarpun kita nih sibuk dengan pekerjaan, dengan masalah kehidupan pribadi kita juga harus punya kehidupan personal kita, hobi, ya, punya hobi tanam, musim PKP ini tanam pokok, pelihara hewan, burung atau apa, itu harus ada itu. Kemudian di rumah juga kita harus menyediakan space. Jadi masa kita, terutama masa kita PKP kemarin, ada work from home, kita harus ada space di mana kita bekerja, di mana anak-anak belajar, ya, itu bagian dari penjagaan diri juga. Financial, nah ini juga sekarang banyak orang dengan gadgetnya saja boleh belanja online. Nah ini harus pandai-pandai juga, harus pandai saving, ya. Nanti mana keuangan yang boleh di manage, ya, atau jangan sampai nanti antara besar pasak daripada tiang. Jadi gaji habis, hutang yang bertumpuk. Jadi kita harus juga bagus memanage keuangan kita. Karena apabila seorang professional helper boleh memanage keuangannya, dia akan berpengaruh juga pada kepuasan bekerja dia, prestasi kerja dia juga akan berpengaruh. Tapi kalau dia tidak pandai memanage keuangan, berarti dia tidak pandai memanage dirinya. Nah, kalau tidak pandai memanage diri, akan berpengaruh kepada kualitas pekerjaan dia. Dia hari-hari pusing kepalanya dengan mengatur masalah keuangan. Jadi akhirnya pekerjaan terjejas, ya. Kemudian time management, itu sangat penting. Jadi kita time management ini tidaklah boleh terlalu kaku, rigid, ya, tetapi kita tahu ini jam berapa sampai jam berapa di office, kemudian pukul berapa harus ada di rumah, kemudian bila kita harus kehidupan sosial kita dengan kawan-kawan, bila kita aktiviti jabatan dan lain sebagainya. Jadi semuanya ini sebenarnya hanya tips saja, terpulang kepada kita mana yang mau kita lakukan. Tentu tips ini adalah memberi guideline kepada kita supaya kita dapat membuat penjagaan diri yang terbaik, supaya kehidupan kita seimbang antara kehidupan pribadi dan kehidupan seorang profesional di jabatan kita. Next slide. Ya, nah sekarang ini sudah banyak apps, ya, aplikasi penjagaan diri. Jadi banyak sekali tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh download, ya, aplikasi ini yang itu sangat membantu bagi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Silakan pilih salah satu bagaimana penjagaan diri, ya, mengatur diri di dalam aplikasi ini, ya. Mulai dari soal tidur, activity dan lain sebagainya, ada semua. Jadi sekarang ini dengan aplikasi ini memudahkan kita. Tapi ada aplikasi tapi tidak diaplikasikan, percuma juga. Jadi pada akhirnya tergantung pada diri kita. Mau tak menjaga diri kita sendiri, atau mau kita membiarkan diri kita tidak terjaga sampai akhirnya kita pensiun, kita tidak pandai menjaga diri kita sendiri. Terima kasih. Saya kira itu yang boleh saya sampaikan. Mohon maaf apabila ada kekurangan. Billahi fisabil haq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Prof, nampaknya kita ada menerima 2 soalan yang diajukan oleh para peserta.
Okey.
Soalan yang
Sila.
pertama, soalan yang pertama, bagaimana kita ingin menikmati me time sedangkan kita dibebankan dengan tanggungjawab sebagai pekerja, ibu bapa, anak dan ahli masyarakat?
Okey. Saya kira kalau saya jawab mudah saja. Mungkin tuan-tuan dan puan-puan mengatakan, macam mana caranya? Ya. Mudah saja, menurut saya itu sebenarnya kita yang mengatur diri kita. Kitalah yang paling tahu bila kita menempatkan me time itu. Ada masanya. Mungkin anak-anak sudah tidur, itulah masa kita refleksi diri, mulai makin bagi ibu-ibu bersolek, membersihkan muka, ya, dengan berbagai ini. Kemudian sambil menikmati saya hari ini telah melakukan apa, ya, dan lain sebagainya. Termasuk juga mungkin pada saat kita sholat, sembahyang, itu juga me time, ya. Me time tapi dalam konteks dengan Yang Maha Kuasa. Jadi terpulang pada kita. Nah, ada satu lagi, me time. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan ini kan profesional, ya kan? Sisihkan dari gaji yang kita dapat, misalnya Rp100 ke sebulan, lalu kita gunakan nanti ramai-ramai dengan kawan-kawan satu jabatan atau kawan-kawan sesama kaunselor. Pergilah melancong ke negara mana. Nikmati me time. Lepas dari pekerjaan, tidak boleh buat perjanjian. Tidak boleh bercakap soal pekerjaan selama dalam perjalanan sampai balik. Jangan nanti pergi traveling, melancong, tapi bawa laptop. Masih asik ngurus pekerjaan. Sibuk telepon-telepon dengan pengetua, dengan ketua jabatan, mengenai schedule minggu depan, bulan depan dan sebagainya. Kalau macam itu, tidak ada me time. Jadi kita harus menempatkan posisi, kalau misalnya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan bercuti, cutilah cuti betul. Jangan pikirkan pekerjaan, rehatlah serehat-rehatnya. Otak kita nih, saraf kita nih harus dikendurkan, diberi masa untuk rehat, jangan urusan pekerjaan. Jadi nikmati pemandangan negara lain, nikmati saat itu. Ya, catat dalam memori kita yang indah-indah. Ini sekarang kalau misalnya tidak tidak pandemi, di Korea sedang masuk autumn, ini pemandangan yang masih bagus, sedang bagus ini. Harusnya dinikmati. Jangan nanti mau terbang masih cakap pekerjaan. Cuti memang cuti. Jadi minta waktu kepada ketua jabatan, saya mau cuti. Saya tak mau cakap tentang pekerjaan. Izinkan saya selama 1 minggu, saya rehat betul. Mau lepaskan ketegangan ini. Kalau yang sudah punya suami atau punya istri, cakap, saya mau rehat. Izin pada suamiku, saya mau pergi dengan kawan-kawan saya, ini semua geng kaunselor, kami mau cuti, kami tak mau cakap tentang pekerjaan. Tolonglah suamiku urus anak-anak di rumah ya, saya 1 minggu saja. Itu pun me time. Tapi masalahnya adalah, bolehkah itu dilakukan? Yang sering terjadi, baru juga tidak terbang, suami dah telepon, yang itu anak itu macam rewel lah, ini macam dia nampaknya tak boleh ditinggalkan maknya dan sebagainya. Nah, kalau macam itu, bila ada me time, ya kan? Terjadi tak pada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan? Kalau pergi bercuti masih sibuk dengan handphone, itu bukan bercuti namanya. Sering kan kita begitu. Kita bercuti tapi handphone sibuk, bunyi krong. Akhirnya habis masa bercuti. Kalaupun naik bus pelancongan, tour guide-nya kata, ini adalah tempat ini tempat ini. Kita tak sempat pun dengar itu. Kita sibuk dengan telepon kita. Akhirnya apa? Melancong, tinggal kenangan. Tidak ada. Ya, gambar ada, tetapi memori tidak ada ininya. Ya, tidak ada kebaikannya pada kesehatan kita. Itu apa? Mudah-mudahan menjawab ya.
Ya, terima kasih Prof. Kemudian ada lagi soalan yang kedua, bagaimana hendak melibatkan pasangan atau keluarga untuk bersama-sama menyokong keseronokan me time kita? Silakan Prof.
Ini juga. Jadi apalagi kalau punya anak masih kecil, misalnya, kalau di rumah anak sudah tidur, itulah kesempatan pasangan untuk me time, berbincang, ya kan? Tapi mingguan boleh juga, ya kan? Anak-anak dititip dulu dengan mak mertua atau mak ayah kita, mak titip anak-anak dulu ya, kami mau pergi sekejap, paling 3 jam saja mak, atau 5 jam lah. Nah, titip anak-anak. Itulah kesempatan kita me time dengan suami, ya kan? Atau tahunan, ada kalanya kita bercuti dengan anak-anak, berseronok dengan anak-anak. Tapi ada kalanya kita bercuti suami istri saja. Nah, ini yang harus diamalkan dan dibudayakan. Jangan sampai nanti kita dengan anak-anak pun tidak, dengan pasangan pun tidak, dengan sejawat kerja pun tidak. Akhirnya apa? Habis masa sampai pensiun, tak pernah ada me time. Ya. Kecuali sibuk dengan pekerjaan, meeting, menangani case, membuat report, dan sebagainya. Itu saja hidup kita. Duit banyak, tapi kita tidak menikmati. Ya, tidak memberi kesenangan kepada diri kita. Kita nih harus menjaga diri kita juga. Ya. Kita perlu sehat. Kita sehat itu sehat fisikal, mental maupun sosial. Jadi nanti pengaruhnya apa? Hubungan sosial kita dengan pasangan menjadi lebih mesra, ya kan? Dengan anak-anak lebih mesra. Kalau pergi dengan jabatan menjadi hubungan tuh lebih baik dengan teman-teman satu jabatan. Itu pentingnya. Ya. Jadi itu juga bagian dari self reflection atau muhasabah diri, mengenali oh saya ini selama ini kurang baik dengan orang lain. Kalau saya perhatikan kenapa orang lain ini begini, saya tidak. Inilah kesempatan me time itu juga introspeksi diri untuk memperbaiki diri. Dan kalau dengan pasangan, kesempatan untuk memperbaiki hubungan dengan pasangan. Gitu.
Ya, terima kasih Prof dan terima kasih tadi di atas perkongsian ilmu yang sangat bermanfaat daripada panel kita yang hebat, Profesor Madya Dr. Adi Fahrudin. Terima kasih sekali lagi Prof. Semoga pengetahuan maklumat yang diperolehi dapat memberi idea dan inspirasi untuk memacu anjakan diri, sama-sama kita lestarikan perkongsian ilmu, tips dan petua penjagaan diri yang telah dihidangkan kepada kita oleh Profesor Madya Dr. Adi agar kekal sehat untuk bekerja sebagai satu ibadah, mengekalkan roh dan semangat dalam membentuk kualiti bekerja dalam organisasi yang penuh integriti insya-Allah. Bagi pihak penganjur sekali lagi meluahkan rasa penghargaan kami atas kesediaan Prof membantu merealisasikan plenari atas talian pada hari ini. Subur selasih di dalam puan untuk tetamu, selasih diikat, bertaut kasih kami dan Tuan, perkongsian ilmu, semarak berkat. Sekian sahaja daripada saya, Puan Nurul Filza binti Kumil Abdullah, Kaunselor Pendidikan Pentadbiran IPG Kampus Kent, Tuaran Sabah, moderator plenari ke-7. Saya serahkan kembali kepada pengacara utama.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Puan Nurul Filza binti Kumil Abdullah selaku moderator plenari ke-6 bersama Profesor Dr. Adi Fahrudin dengan tajuk Self-Care sebentar tadi. Semoga perkongsian ilmu yang sangat bermanfaat yang telah dikongsikan oleh Profesor Dr. tadi dapat kita terapkan kepada diri kita dalam menjaga kesejahteraan diri. Baiklah hadirin, sebelum persidangan ini diteruskan ke plenari ke-7, ayo sama-sama lakukan sedikit aktiviti pergerakan untuk meningkatkan kesegaran kita. Untuk itu, dijemput dan dipersilakan Puan Faziha Diana binti Razib, Kaunselor Pendidikan Matrikulasi, Kolej Matrikulasi Johor untuk mengendalikan slot energizer pada pagi ini. Dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum. Hari ini kita nak buat energizer untuk senaman jari. Jadi, get ready. Kita akan buat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sila ikut arahan nombor yang diberi. First, kita akan buat versi yang slow dulu. Boleh? Get ready semua? Ready? Ese cuerpo tuyo que a mí ya me tiene cucu. En un rato te busco, voy y te acurruco. Yeah, no hay nadie como tú. Porque no hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. No hay nadie como tú. Okay, sekarang ni buat verse yang laju. Nombor yang sama juga kat atas ni. Okay, ready semua? Kita dengar dia punya cue. Nadie como tú, no hay un sustituto. Para ese cuerpo tuyo que a mí ya me tiene cucu. En un rato te busco, voy y te acurruco. No hay nadie como tú. Porque no hay nadie como tú. Nampak semua? Good. Kita tepuk tangan untuk dia semua. Berlagi.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Puan Faziha Diana binti Razib atas pengendalian slot energizer yang begitu bersemangat tadi. Baiklah hadirin persidangan, kita akan berehat sebentar 15 minit dan akan kembali sebentar lagi. Terima kasih. Kembali kita lagi untuk slot plenary ke-7. Our next moderator for the next plenary session will be Puan Rosita binti Gani, who is also a State Education Counselor of Perak Psychology and Counselling Sector. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Puan Rosita.
Thank you, Puan Hafiza. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, I would like to welcome everyone to the 7th plenary for the International Conference on Education Counselor 2021. We are pleased to bring to you one of the very important topics in today's contemporary society. Trauma-informed care is the chosen topic to be delivered by our distinguished speaker, Dr. Alicia Pon, all the way from the National University of Singapore. Dear audience, society as a whole is now facing challenging issues where children are especially affected too. The way children respond or react to trauma may not be the same as adults. In today's talk, we hope to understand what trauma is and how it manifests in children. We want to learn how to appreciate their resilience in going through trauma. Next, we hope to differentiate between misbehaviors and trauma-related behaviors so that we can address this situation better. Finally, we want to learn the various strategies we can use to manage children's emotional outbursts to help them go through those traumatic experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have our esteemed speaker today, Dr. Alicia Pon. Dr. Alicia has more than 34 years of experience in social services and private practice in Hong Kong and Singapore. Currently, she is a faculty member with the NUS, National University of Singapore. Her professional training ranges from child and adolescent mental health, analytical psychology, play therapy, sand play therapy, grief work, and social work. Her clinical portfolio includes complex trauma, divorce and separation, grief and loss, adoption and attachment, developmental stresses, and parent-child relationship. Dr. Alicia is a clinical member with the Singapore Association for Counsellors and an accredited social worker in Singapore and Hong Kong. She is also a certified somatic experiencing practitioner and a registered play therapy supervisor for both the Association of Play Therapy in Singapore and the United States. With all her achievements, knowledge, and experience, let's together give our full attention to her talk. Before I pass the floor to Dr. Alicia, I would like to remind everyone to please not capture any photos of the slides or share them on social media. Okay, without further ado, let's give her a warm welcome. Dr. Alicia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for giving me the privilege to come here and indulge myself to share with you something I'm really very passionate about. Definitely working with children and also working with children who have to experience going through traumatic experiences. So I also want to say that I'm actually quite handicapped today because I think I'm the only one who's actually presenting in English and there is no translation. So please stay with me and probably just maybe have that space of just appreciating what maybe trauma is like. I'll probably be showing some pictures and asking some questions. I'm actually quite ambitious today. Yeah, that's good. The slide looks great. So I'm quite ambitious today. So I'm just going to walk you through. Now, usually I press my own slide. So today is a bit special. I have the tech team and I have the whole wonderful team who is supporting me in this presentation. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, hang on. So anyway, the next slide really talks about some of the things that Juan Rosita has already mentioned. So I worked 16 years in Hong Kong and I did my PhD and I did all the things that we all need to do, right? To be really equipping ourselves to work with our clients. So I returned to Singapore about 5 years ago, and then right now I do two things quite a lot, and both of them are my passion. And one of them it's empowering the social workers and also any mental health professionals, the counselors who are actually thinking about using play therapy. So I teach on play therapy. I teach on using expressive arts modality. Today, though, I talk about working with children, but I do want to say the concepts are quite similar when we look at trauma and how even as adults, when we deal with trauma, we look back to the past, right? Certain experiences that may have arrested our development, but at the same time, there's also looking to here and now, right? Certain behaviors may be actually a message of what we have experienced. So I hope that then we can begin to then expand our appreciation and be open about learning a concept today. I was listening to the professor talking about self-care just now, though I couldn't understand, but the slides was actually quite clear. I thought I should come before him because after my 2 hours, you probably need a lot of self-care. But those activities, those tips are definitely workable. And I also, on top of teaching, I also then have a private practice. And if you can see from the slide, there is this Play Heals Therapy. And that's where I could do external consult. And NUS has been really generous. So I could actually see some clients. So on top of me teaching, I continue to see clients. Because of the very limited time I have, I work with kids who have complex trauma. So that's in general my background. Shall we go on to the next slide? So today, like I say, I'm actually kind of ambitious. I realize I only have two hours. I teach a module on trauma, working with infancy to adolescence, and that is 13 weeks of 3 hours. So I'm just going to condense everything. But what I would like to focus on today, it's looking at understanding the working definition of trauma, because I think many of us have very various definitions, not just because of what we do, but it's also the common narrative that the mental health scene is sharing with us. So it is important for us to ground ourselves, to appreciate some working definition so that all of us start with the same platform. And particularly working with children, then like what we talked about just now, the signs, the symptoms might be really kind of different from working with adults. Now, don't worry about the slides. I've actually given I'll introduce you to some readings, and that's where you can further develop. And I'll tell you where I get all those information from. And then later on, we're going to really identify trauma-informed interventions. Now, it's probably not new to you. You are already doing it, but I'm just going to anchor on, a foundation, a model. So when you look back at what you do with your client, then you can say, hey, that's exactly what I'm doing. So in some ways, I'm actually helping my clients to look at some of their traumatic experiences during my session, during my counseling sessions. Now, I'm very, when I was asked to actually do the presentation, when I heard that is for education, at the education department, and it's for the counselors who maybe actually many of you work in school, I was really excited, and I was like, I wanted to do this. I was supposed to do another topic. The reason why is that many of our kids are misunderstood. Kids who are traumatized are misunderstood with other, labels, behaviors, and so on. So it is good. I'm very thankful for this opportunity for you to indulge me in sharing in this 2 hours about what we can learn from these children and how can we support them to function better in life and in school. And finally, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to actually then pick up, let you all learn a couple of somatic tools that you can use when you are working with your clients. So those are very simple tools. It's probably not, again, it's not new. Just now we were looking at some breathing exercises. So probably what I can do is for my final section, I will highlight that. Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next slide. So as we are looking at my presentation, maybe what you want to do is anchor on someone. Just one client of yours, one student, someone you really care for, and maybe you are kind of worried about that someone. Take a piece of paper, write down some of your concerns with that person. It could be an adult, it could be a kid, better a kid, yeah, but I'm fine with that too. Now list down some of the behaviors that you have noticed in this child that is concerning, that you are working with. All right. If you want, draw a symbol to describe the child and have his image, her image, as we go through the next 1 hour and 15 minutes, understanding trauma and how it can impact on your client or maybe even us, right? Especially right now, we are collectively also going through a trauma, right? With COVID, with us being a healing person, and we may need healing ourselves too. That's why you just now the preliminary 6 was really important. Because as we are holding the space, as a therapist, as a counselor, we are holding the space for other people to heal. But who is holding my space? All right. Okay, so I hope you have someone in mind as we continue. So another question for you. Next slide, please. So what is your perception of trauma? So the next slide would probably write about what is your perception of trauma. It's just hanging. I'm still seeing that kid. Hang on, huh? We'll wait for a while. So what is your perception of trauma? What is your definition of trauma? What experiences do you consider as traumatic? Now, sorry guys, I'm still not seeing the slides turning, but let's continue. Thank you guys. So the concept of trauma has been perceived and defined in many different ways over the years, right? Again, like what I say, it's contingent on the development of knowledge. And for us while working with kids, it's really about even the medical field, the technological field. So I so appreciate, my husband is an engineer, but I so appreciate, with the technical piece. We have we have the MRI, we have brain scan. So we begin to appreciate and understand the impact of trauma and the traumatic experiences that actually an individual, a family, and a community and a society has, and it's impacted. Okay, so yeah, think about what you have as your perception of trauma. Next slide, please. I'm going to just walk you through a couple of definitions. So, sorry guys, can I? Yes, please. So the definition of trauma, when in 1989 it talks about, now so think about some keywords, okay, and then highlight some keywords that you now actually think of when you think about trauma. So in 1989 they talk about a sudden forceful event that overwhelms a person's ability to respond. All right, of course they begin to also realize it doesn't have to involve a physical harm. So I think all of us here are converts. We already know that neglect, psychological abuse are the pinnacle for trauma. And of course, many of us then also look up to the APA, and their definition was even a little bit more narrow in the 2013s, where they talk about how an individual person has to be exposed to actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence. So it's very narrow, right? Of course, I think they have to actually consider the PTSD portion, and also when we look at DSM-5. But again, if you think about it, then where do the psychological trauma, developmental trauma fits in when there is no blood, when there is no injury, but yet something is wrong, right? The attachment part of our needs are not met. Next slide, please. Actually, I'm in my third slide in trauma, so one more slide. Thank you. So then right now with Bensel van der Kolk, if those of you who are watching quite a lot of YouTubes about trauma, it's actually raging now. I actually studied trauma for about 15 years already, but right now, thanks to so many things that we are doing, then we are beginning to have people reading Van der Kolk's book on The Body Keeps the Score, and so on and so forth. So with him, you see the narrative shifting, right? The narrative is shifting to that it can be an event, but it becomes slightly more physiological, that it sort of affects the central nervous system, and I'm going to come to that in a while, and how this alters the way we process and recall memory. So now the definition, the narrative deepens into not just physical, as in, an injury. Of course, then it impacts on a nervous system. So this is very important because of my training in somatic experiencing, then it also then ties in with what I believe. And unfortunately for all of you today, you'll be hearing my narrative, my way of appreciating trauma because of my work with children and as well as my training. All right. But of course, there are so many other ways to do the definition, to appreciate the definition. All right. So the next slide would also then be my teacher. Not this slide. I think there's another one by Peter Levine. Yes, thank you. So with Peter Levine, then it highlights the same thing, that traumas is in the nervous system. So what he's trying to say is, I think they're trying to shift the narrative to say it is not in the event, right? Something that I might see as very, maybe, for example, my husband might think it's quite normal, which is getting a tooth extraction. It's not, or going to the dentist, it's not scary. He do it all the time. But I was traumatized by this scary nurse that actually yanked out my tooth when I was 7. All right. And that was when I was going to primary, when I was just a few days in primary 1. So that actually probably is something that affected me so bad that it actually stuns me, right? Leaving my system so overwhelmed that I couldn't manage. All right. So all kinds of coping mechanism was actually put on hold because it's just either I'm too painful or it's just too overwhelmed. There's shock that I have. Okay. So it can be a car crash, right? A major one, but it can be also a physical abuse. But what we're trying to highlight is that then the trauma now is actually in the body. It's not about if I don't talk about it, it doesn't exist. All right. So that's the beginning, and that's a lot of the things that we are having, right? As we are actually talking about trauma. Okay, next slide. So when we look at the types and causes of trauma, next slide, please. Thank you. Next. So when we look at the types and causes of trauma, yeah, thanks. Then we can look at it, I think this is not new. I just thought I'll just bring it up. It can be about grief, losing someone through suicide, through sudden death, through an accident, right? And disaster trauma. I would call a pandemic, a COVID pandemic, as a major disaster. But I also have the good privilege of taking care of the people for Sichuan earthquake, the recent one that was affecting Nepal. And then I was really actually quite new to my field when I was beginning to be exposed to 9/11. So all these are either disaster, man-made, or natural. All right. Of course, childhood trauma. I work with kids who are abandoned, who are violated, who are abused. And of course, they try to actually then find their forever family, right? But then many of the childhood developmental experiences impact on them connecting and being in the process with their forever parents. Yeah. Medical trauma, that's a big one, right? We have kids even probably getting invasive trauma because of the accident. I've got a client who has to be sewed up on over here of the chin, struggling when he's 1 year old, and then they have to pin him down because he keeps crying. It's too fast, too furious. So that could be a medical trauma. And I know many of us who takes care of our clients, we see our clients who have to go for chemotherapy, surgery. I'm working with a 4-year-old. He had his tonsils removed. So something that we don't hope that it will happen to kids, but it happened. All right. So abuse trauma, relation trauma would probably be a bit more psychological and developmental. War and sexual trauma. All right. So quite a lot of environmental stresses, family, and so on, violent acts and attack. Thank you. Let's move on to the next slide. Right. So now, of course, we also say, hey, what about sources of trauma that the child is actually kind of feeling good? And I don't see that there are anything when I plot the chart, his history, what happened to him, nothing, right? Then do I actually need to worry? What's going on? Now, what we are now trying to get to with this beginning of our presentation, it's really for us to understand the working definition of trauma. All right. Sometimes anything that overwhelms the ability of a child to cope, process those strong emotions, or even to defend themselves, always have some potential to create symptoms. All right. Now, the younger the child, the more vulnerable he is or she is by nature, because they don't have enough toolbox. All right. So as long as it overwhelms the system, right? That's why it's very important to ask ourselves, what is my definition of trauma? If I see trauma as in, okay, the child needs to be bleeding and, breaking an arm and so on, then that constitutes trauma. Sorry, I'm just sitting down. Then we may miss out on other kinds of traumatic experiences, all right, that we see that actually have some symptoms of trauma. But we thought, maybe the child is just naughty. Maybe the child is just angry. No good parenting, and so on. So the misunderstood children. All right. Yep. Okay. So we're still going to go on. I think we are quite good with time because this segment, I really want us to anchor on some foundation. Now, I'm not going to do neurobiology, neuroscience. It's a really huge topic. All right. But I'm just going to give you some core concepts, just about 4 of them, as we work with kids as well. And especially while we work with trauma, that is important to know where is trauma impacting in the body. And of course, later on, we would appreciate it more when we look at some of the one of the case study. All right, and also importantly, because we are working in a school context, and how trauma will majorly impact on executive function. All right, so let's look at one core concept first, which is called the neurosequential development of the brain. Thank you. So what you want to just appreciate, there is this brain, this gentleman is MacLean, and he talks about the triune brain. Of course, please know that of course, the brain structure is so complex and so dynamic. But let's look at just in terms of just looking at the 3 layers of the brain. So if you look at one layer of the brain, then of course, kids are most developed. The very first brain development in the fetus is actually the reptilian brain, and that's where the brain stem, and that's the reptilian brain. All right, the most developed part of this brain is the brain stem in children. All right, and then the rest of the brain actually develop sequentially. If I have a live audience, I would ask, so how old do you think someone would be where the thinking brain is fully developed? Yeah, 12, no, yeah, actually 25. So it takes about 25 years before the thinking brain is actually fully matured. So what we'll see is we have the reptilian brain. It is very instinctual. Its core function is regulate heartbeat, breathing, and other vital organs. Anything in terms of our organs, our glands, and so on and so forth. All right, so it's instinctual. You don't even need to think. Your heart is beating already. You don't need to think, wow, I was like 2 minutes before I start, my heart was beating really fast, I'm getting ready. So all these are part of us being human being and having this reptilian brain. And then as we develop, then the other parts of the brain, the limbic brain, which is the emotional, the feeling brain. Of course, the limbic system has a lot more other function, but in relation to trauma, then the limbic brain, then actually the core function, it's really about the emotions. It's really about also the learning memory. Okay, and then finally, we go into the neocortex, right? The prefrontal cortex, where it's the rational brain. As you develop, the neurons start firing, and that's where you will begin to see 6 years old, 5 years old, kids actually appreciating executive function. Teachers are appreciating a child who has executive function, right? No longer the child is impulsive, the child is able to wait, the working memory is developing, there's mental flexibility, there's ability for good self-control. All these are done by our thinking brain. And slowly but surely, even with language, right? It's actually developed from this side up. So do remember that then this neurosequential development of the brain. Okay, let's look at the next slide. I think Bruce Perry is another one. I'm sure for those of you who are reading on trauma, he's one of the scholars that is always out. I think it's also him that wrote a book with Oprah Winfrey on trauma. So then he then talks about how our brain, right, as we get older, you would see that it's sequentially working upwards, right? First, we look at a lot of our things that is you don't need to think, which is the fight, flight, or freeze. I'll come to that in a short while, right? Then we look at midbrain coordination, movement, emotional responses, and then going up to the thinking brain. So all these actually is like, would it be like a Lego maybe? Yeah. So we just stack one on top of the other. That's why we have the Maslow hierarchy of needs. When you remember the very first time when a child is born, we don't teach them math and science. We tell them that, hey, we tell them physiologically, right? Ah, you're crying. Come, mommy pick you up. It's okay. Ah, you have a wet diaper, right? So there is no language, the child's regulation, right? And that's where you would see that slowly the brain structure begin to form because of this attachment, because of the touch, because of the caregiving and being nurtured. And then the midbrain begins to develop. So, my mom used to tell me like a long time ago, don't throw the baby, like infants, because their brain, is still very fragile. Totally true. All right. It's only 1/4 of the neurons firing has actually activated. The rest would turn on after they are born. So it's not like they come in, it's all full package. All right. So that's why it is so important for us to be so mindful of all the different childhood traumas that could impact on the development of the brain structure. All right, so I hope this is important. This is a message that I want to put across. Now, I'm sure you've heard about ACEs, which is adverse childhood experience. All right, so adverse childhood experience, then there's a lot of research on it. It talks really about a test or a study that wasn't really talking about trauma. It's really a test. It was a research by Felitti, I think, if I pronounce his name correctly, and they were just looking at obesity on a healthy diet and going and losing weight, and they realized how comes one group of people who were doing so well, suddenly they just drop out of this program, and they realize that there's something about the food, there's something about their lifestyle, there's something about their body, all right, their immune system and everything is not working really well. And that's where they realized, and they did a study on these people, and they found out that actually many of them have adverse childhood experience. So Oprah Winfrey was the one who actually in 60 Minutes, I think that was maybe about 5 years ago, that she brought this up, and right now is raging, all right, about the 10 things that could happen to you and that may actually lead you to have trauma. Of course, I'm a little bit also concerned about the ACE test, because it's, if you read those tests and their items, it actually also only highlighted the really intense trauma, which again we might miss out on the little so-called traumatic experience. If not actually managed, it can balloon into something huge, right? And it's hard for the child to manage, and that might impact on the brain structure. All right, let's go on to the core concept 2. I need a drink. Now, we talk about the brain structure. So within our brain stem lies a very important control center, our command center, and that is our autonomic nervous system. All right, I'll just call it nervous system. So again, this might be a review for some of you who are familiar, but for those of us, just stay with me, and I'm definitely going to come to the trauma piece. All right. So with core concept 2, I want you to appreciate then what is happening is this nervous system is our major control center. It regulates our body. It takes care of the basic functions of our body, the viscera, which is all the different organs, and it's because it's at the brainstem, so it operates automatically. You wouldn't need to tell your gut to slow down. It's okay, Alicia, it's safe, nobody's looking at you, so it's fine. Or that you are well prepared, don't worry, nobody's going to shame you, you are doing a good job, and so on and so forth, right? So the heartbeat and everything. Okay, we're going to just go to the next slide so that I can introduce you that there is these 2 lovely partners, right? You will hear them, you'll hear me talking about the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system, right? So I'll give you an example. Like just now, they tell me, okay, doctor, we have 2 more minutes and then we're going to go live, and then good luck, So then I was all ready. So my sympathetic nervous system just got aroused, right? Because I'm getting my body ready, all right? I'm actually preparing. Sometimes the feelings come in because then there is some anxiety, all right? Then there is increased activity. That's why you see me standing. I need to stand before I talk. So I'm standing, I'm getting ready, and dealing with, maybe the slides are not going to be okay, and that's what was happening at the last 2 minutes before. We were just looking at the slides and I realized that I need to send a different stack of slides. I'm active, I'm alert, I might even speak faster, right? So all these are in preparation for me to take action, right? And then what happened is, this is time limited, okay, by the way. And then after that, somebody by the name of parasympathetic nervous system then take over and say, okay, Alicia, you started already. It wasn't that bad. Then maybe my muscles might be a little bit less tense, or maybe even later after 2 hours, then my heartbeat starts to lower, even at least now, right? Because these materials are quite familiar to me. So I'm actually just regulating, right? And slowing and deepening my breathing. So what I want to get to is that, let's go on to the next slide. It's blue, yeah. So when something gets activated, our body goes into a sympathetic, settle, parasympathetic, and then maybe another thing might happen, and then sympathetic, or maybe you say, oh, I'm getting ready to cook, and then so it goes up and down like a beautiful wave. And that's us. If we are dead, then no wave. Yeah, but if we are alive, this is how we will look like. Okay, so let's go on to the next slide. Now, which means that when there is a traumatic experience, all right, then what's going to happen is it actually will happen at the deepest and oldest structure, which is the brainstem. All right. So when this part of our body reacts to a traumatic experience because there's a shock or there's something I need to attend to, I need to jam brake, and then there is a concussion, right? So all of this is our part of the brain. When we perceive danger, we automatically activate an extraordinary amount of energy. So our brain are wired naturally to have defense. And I'm sure you've heard about the defense. It's universal, it's very primitive. All right. You don't even need to think about it, because by the time you think about it, you're dead already. All right. Especially when in the olden times, right? So let's look at the next slide. And that's where you will hear the 3 F's, right? Either I will fight, right? And maybe I'm walking tonight, I'm going out, and then suddenly I hear footsteps. And actually I'm getting ready, right? Because as I'm aroused, something is happening. And then I turn, oh, is this maybe this cat or this, like it's coming and, okay, sorry, cat wouldn't have a footstep, but maybe it's someone who is actually not very hard tall, but you can see that, it's not very nice, so I'm getting ready. I may actually begin to fight. So I'm still in my sympathetic. Or I will run because, too tall for me, I would die, if I fight back. So I may run. And then I may actually go into a collapse, all right? And then I feel immobilized, or I might be dissociated. So I went into a freeze, all right? It's still very hyper aroused, but I'm stuck in what we call a dorsal. So it's sort of like I'm actually collapsed, right? And that happens to many of us, right? When we pick up and there is a phone call to tell you that, your family member just had an accident, you will feel your blood drain, all right, your heart turn cold, and then suddenly, hello, madam, are you still there? Are you still there? And then you're not even talking, you're not even listening, all right? So that's possibly what is happening. I've worked with a couple of ladies who were sexually violated, and she was in a taxi where they were sharing this Grab thing. She couldn't even, and then as the guy, went to her, she couldn't even push him away because she was frozen. So that is a automatic response. So please also remember, many people as we work with people who are violated, and they say, why don't you just do something? It's like, duh, don't judge. All right, this is a automatic response as well, where you're stuck, you're collapsed, and you're frozen. All right, so we want to bear in mind that we don't want to be judgmental. So which comes to later on, this is important because we want to look at some of the symptoms of our clients, of our children, and how come some of them are like the space cadet, right? They just space out in their own world, and then we have to just say, come back, Adam, right? And then you say, oh, where are you? So that's that. Now there is another F which is called fawning. Now that is not primitive. That is not something we actually, it's part of our primitive reaction. Okay, so I thought but I wanted to put it out. This is something that we are also looking at, another F. And this is what we call myelinated, means that they are taught and they are learned. So it's people pleasing, avoiding conflict, placating. All right. So you see some little kids say, oh, mommy, please. So, and then I will be a good kid. Right. So those are fawning that you see a lot in child abuse cases. But again, this is learned. It's actually not a primitive reaction. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. And I'm going to look at, so core concept 1 is our brain structure. Core concept 2 is where trauma hits. Trauma hits at the brainstem. All right. So number 2 is it hits at the brainstem. But the thing is, we are all human beings. Our universe, our God has actually created us so that we have this universal, innate, all of us have it, to protect ourselves, and that is the fight, flight, or freeze, and it's in the nervous system. Parasympathetic, sympathetic. Core concept number 3, when trauma is not negotiated. So when, for example, if, let's say, this kid for 1.5 years were living in this abusive family, or maybe in an orphanage that has 20 other kids and only 2 caregivers, then what might happen is that then it's a prolonged period of being in a safe, in a helpless and also threatening and scary space where I'm always perpetually, just look at my shoulders, right? I'm always perpetually in the fight or flight, right? Though I don't always do this, but maybe every time when someone shouts, yes, right, what is happening? So bullying is one, and you see bullying happening every day in school, right? So then this kid coming to school and maybe telling the mommy, I don't want to go to school, it's very scary, right? So that could be one way that you might be actually noticing some of the behavior. So these kind of intense survival, even try it out, ladies and gentlemen, like as you're listening to me, 2 minutes of you perpetually having your shoulders shrugged like this, all right, your hands like this, and your face tightened in a way like, okay, I'm getting ready, the neck sort of protrude a little bit. Try for 1.5 hours. Okay, so try and see how it feels like. And though I'm exaggerating, but many of our kids and many of the people who had went through a traumatic experience may be stuck in this position for a while. All right. So when they cannot be used up, then it's trauma. That is the trauma symptoms that we are seeing. Okay. All right. Let's look at the next slide. Yeah. So, like I say, our nervous system, the parasympathetic, which is the rest and digest, and the sympathetic, right, which is getting me ready, has to actually do this very lovely dance, right, like a wave, right, and it's supposed to be very short time limited. So just to remember, when it's perpetually in either a hypoarousal, then what's going to happen is then there's going to be a constant elevation of stress hormones that is going to affect the individual, right? That's why there are certain types of conditions that impacts the glands, impact our immune system, impact our cardio, impact even our tummy, right? You see kids telling me got lots of bees in my tummy, like and it's really overwhelming. So those are like a perpetual on a high alert. Okay, so look, let's go to the next slide, and probably then with a visual, it might help you, right? If it is not discharged, those stress energy, those stress hormones, those perpetual, my nervous system is stuck on the on. I don't have a clicker, but let's look at stuck on the on. Then what is going to happen is you are perpetually on this piece called hyper aroused. So you are perpetually on the fight or flight and very reactive, right? I have this lady that I work with, very matured. She's a lawyer actually. But anytime anyone goes too near her, she actually would scream and shout at the person, stay far away from me, don't stand so near, you know? And she lives in Hong Kong, by the way, and then, you know, it's so cramped, right? But she was violated, you know, and then her dad always play with her bra stripe and, you know, touch her in the most inappropriate way, but she didn't know what to do. Then it perpetually on an emotional reactivity, sweaty palms, maybe difficult to concentrate. I'm sure some of you are thinking about that kid that you have in your thought when we started this lecture series. But at the same time, you might notice the kids that is in your school that you are serving right now. Unfortunately, I'm in the university. I don't have school. I mean, I go to school, but we are all having it online. So I can only imagine what the kids are having to deal with right now, right? Maybe they are also hypervigilant, stuck on the on, and the mother and the dad with no good psycho ed, they couldn't do it. So that's what is happening. You may then stuck on the off, right? When you are frozen, lethargic, low energy. And at times, many of our kids got a misdiagnosis of depression. Yeah, of course, there are depressive symptoms, but the underlying root cause of it has nothing to do with depression. It probably is a symptom of the trauma. That's why she, you know, maybe cut herself and so on. I have a few cases. She was put on antidepressant, on many different medication, but turn out it is not. It's beyond. It's not that it didn't help. But it helped for a while, but she's still perpetually in a low energy and low mood. And then, of course, then as we further allow her to do her trauma narrative, that she begins to share with me, and also finally with my support, share with the mother that, you know, her father, when she was a little kid, was actually just putting her, was neglecting her. They were divorced, and she had overnight, and she keeps thinking her father was just, you know, a monster because she was very young. She didn't know. So she's perpetually on this alert. All right, let's go on to the next slide. I'm just going to share with you how trauma would look like, you know, when, let's say, if you're normal, right? So you probably will further remember just now when we look at Perry's sequentially growing brain, right? And as you grow older, then you wouldn't be always activated by your brainstem, right? You wouldn't be so focused on all the the heartbeat, and just always perpetually, how come my heart is beating so fast? You probably will be quite busy with looking at learning and doing abstract thinking. So that's how the brain structure is like, and the brain activity. But with someone who's traumatized, then you would see that then the connection to the prefrontal cortex is actually shrinking. They don't have the capacity. Last week I just did a lecture on executive function for the school age children. And if you have a child who especially have developmental trauma, it's even harder for them to actually then be functioning in school and learning in school like the rest of the kids. Okay. I want to talk about core concept 4, which is children's reaction. I'm just going to skip this slide because I don't think we can play with someone who is helping me. But don't fret, this video talks about this experiment called the still face experiment. It's by this scholar. His name is Tronick, Tronick, and he looks at socialization in babies. So he did an experiment where the parent is supposed to have a still face, no engagement, no interaction, and watch what the baby do when there was no expression. All right. So that was what I wanted to show you all. All right. But what I wanted to share with you is that for less than 1 minute, the mom actually have a still face. The child was frantically screaming, crying, distressed, wailing, gasping, and after a while, the child just shut down. All right, for a short period of time, because it's just too overwhelming for their tiny nervous system. So their nervous system has not fully developed. So you can only imagine they even though we say the brainstem is the most developed, they don't know how to self-regulate. When I talk about self-regulate, is what is happening with that beautiful wave, huh? Okay, go up, whatever goes up can come down. I'm hungry. Okay. No, mommy comes. Baby, you're hungry. Give you the milk. Whew, comes down. All right. So that's what a mom, a caregiver would do. Now, Dr. Alicia, I'm hungry. Okay, I can wait. All right. I have some ability to have that control, and I say I can take it, drink some water, and then when the talk is over, I can actually eat. So that's the differentiation between an adult, and of course, I am an adjusted adult. If I'm 15, but I was traumatized for like 5-6 years and so on, then I have half my life. My system is actually dysregulated, and I'm only now talking about physiological state. Please don't forget, there are the psychological, there are the emotional, there are the self-concept. Who am I? How come nobody wants me? How come I couldn't even control my body? I must be a bad kid. How come just now there was a very cute activity that your colleague was doing, like 3, then 3, 4, 5, 2. It was really fun, right? But you have to sort of follow the instruction and do the activity. How come I couldn't even do it, right? So then it also impacts on the self-esteem. The younger the kid, easier to work with because we just work on the nervous system. That's why I work with very young kids from 0 to 3 years old. But I also have to work with the older ones, because with the older one, then there is that piece of the self-concept, the self-esteem, right? And then all other behaviors, right? When you're younger, you scream and cry, mommy, and you don't run. Now that you're older, you keep running, and then I have to deal with people shaming me. I'm a bad mother, and people shaming you, and you don't even know how to play with other kids, right? It's because you're stuck. Your nervous system is stuck. So I'm just going to go through. Oh, I notice I'm actually doing I need to go faster, it looks like. Okay, I'm just going to then quickly go through the recognizing the symptoms. All right. So for young kids, they usually run towards a caregiver, an attachment figure. All right. Sorry, we're going to the next slide. All right. So then, but underlying the freeze response, then there is quite a lot of physiological events still. Is still fully charged, even though it's in the freeze. All right. So it's like cool on the outside, but inside, I still need to fight. I still need to protect. I still need to run. All right. Okay. Next slide. So I'm just going to highlight briefly why they are so different. And I think I've actually talked about it just now already. It has to do with brain development. And brain development affects learning, right? Reasoning, perceptual development, even personality formation, right? It wasn't there. I mean, it's still developing, so it takes a while. So that's why it's different. And there is a lot of dependency, right? I mean, Homo sapiens, so we are called Homo sapiens. So Homo sapiens are probably the only species that need at least 15 years to be dependent on a caregiver before they can go out. My brother took 30 years, like he was still living with my mom. I'm just teasing, but you know, you get what I mean, right? So there's a lot of attachment that is necessary for development, and we are the only species that actually need a lot of attachment and nurturing to actually develop. And of course, there's lots of restricted motor and language skill, right? If you have a surgery, if you fall down, and if you have to go for surgery, right? But you have no choice, right? You cannot run, you cannot punch the nurse, you don't even know whether they were helping you, so it's kind of challenging. All right, so of course, I want to allude to this. Children are too young, but too young for what? All right, so trauma is in the body. Sometimes people say, well, he didn't talk about it, he cannot remember. But if you were to connect with my definition of what is trauma and how trauma impacts, then remember, trauma is in the body and the body remembers. There is that implicit memory that no, you don't need language and you can actually share with us your traumatic experience. But at the same time, there are also explicit ones, right? Where the child could tell us that, hey, I had a fall, it was so painful, I miss my mommy, and so on and so forth. Yeah. Okay, so babies, just to highlight, they usually withdraw from their play, a little bit of probably nightmare, quite regressive. You hear them crying, thumb sucking. I just want to also highlight that maybe some of our kids that we see and we serve in the school, all right, or in your private practice, you might see some thumb sucking, all right, and you might see a tantrum and you're like, excuse me, you are primary 5 leh. How come I'm seeing that? And then sometimes you see it, parents will say, I see it more at home rather than seeing it more here. And of course, you will hear parents telling you that, you know, you hear kids, baby talking and so on. So I thought you may want to take note of that. And that means that something of their needs are not met. Yeah. School age is where we look at, next 2 slides, please. Yep. So I talked about this already. Next slide, please. Yeah. So for school age children, which if we are in school, it's more language, of course, but at the same time, there's also more reasoning. But some of our kids, though they are 5, though they are 8, the trauma might happen when they are an infant. So some of the behaviors are quite regressive because of this condition. All right. So then you would see the signs and the symptoms is more pronounced in school. And with COVID, the parents are seeing. I've been working with a couple of kids, and they finally tell me and they say, "Well, I don't know how the teacher do it, man. I nearly died because her daughter is really traumatized. So quite a lot of regressive behaviors and so on." Okay, so let's go on. Then these are the ones. These are the classical ones you hear, right? Lack of attention, a majorly executive function. And then, okay, we're going to adolescence. Tag team. I don't know. I shouldn't say it's a sir, ma'am. Okay, next one. Yes. So, of course, when you reach adolescence, then there's also other issues, right? Not the easiest, a lot of identity. And on top of that, hormonal changes, a lot of sexual development, then a lot more risk-taking behaviors. All right. Next slide, please. Then you probably at this time, more things will come out because the brain, there's this good book I want to recommend. Daniel Siegel. It's actually the Brainstorm for you to understand teenage brain. And one of the things they talk about is about pruning the brain structure. Actually, the firing sort of like maybe reduce, and then the teenagers are now actually more specialized in their thinking. So that's where it's also the time where if there are any underlying issues, then it will be more pronounced. All right. So that's why you hear all the scary things about teenagers. Not scary, but it's developmental stuff that we don't know and we don't know how to manage. And hence it was challenging for us to appreciate. So which means that there may be more flashbacks, all right, trigger a lot of the old things that was not dealt with. Okay, so these are some of the issues. And unfortunately right now, they use many different approaches to cut themselves or medicate themselves. Yeah. All right. So I want to go to the final slide, which is not final slide, but yeah. So what sets off the alarm? Could be anything, right? It could be any stimulus, internal, external, or a combination. Key triggers. Next slide, please. Then you might see that it could be not. So if I got knocked down by a car, then it's physical, it's the car. Then when I see a car, I do this, right? But with some of the developmental traumas, then it could be feeling threatened, right? It could be feeling lost, it could be feeling shame and feeling frightened. Next slide. So just remember, always ask yourself as a counselor, we are not here to only treat the symptoms, but we want to ask ourselves, what is this symptom telling me? Now, this symptom is delivering a message, and the message is that the person is trying to release the residual energy. So how me as a counselor is going to help this person, right, to manage their stress, or the residual energy from the survival response. I need to survive. I need to actually complete some parts of my defense. Like if someone punched me now, then I'm supposed to block, but I didn't have the chance to block. So that's why there is still that knee-jerk movement, right? That's why we call PTSD, right? Okay. So that's in general what we talk about when we look at trauma. Okay. All right. So, well, I need to speed up, but thanks for staying with me, and I really appreciate. But I'll definitely end on time. Right? I'm supposed to end in about, I think, 12:30. So give me a signal if I have to stop. We're going to look at identifying some components, but I'm just going to use a case to describe, but we are not going to go in depth like it's a lecture. You can always read on a book that I would recommend. Okay. Now, so now it's back to us, right? Now that I know this is the definition, the working definition of trauma, let's look at what are some of the key considerations. If I have to work with a client who is traumatized, and I bet you there will be so many. All right. And then when you go back to school, even right now, when you're doing a session, I know many of you do telehealth. It's a bit difficult. I have to admit. So I still see my clients face to face, because telehealth is really not the best modality for us to work with trauma. So these are the key considerations, right? It's psychosomatic symptoms. It's the bodily reaction. Decreasing the reactivity to the trauma. That means it's not like a knee-jerk movement. Of course, we need to gain some therapeutic gains, right? We need to help the clients to feel that, hey, there is something that I feel better about. Yeah. Now, I say the same for an adult as well, which is pacing the child and pacing the client. You need to know what are the needs. And I have someone that I work with. She is 35, a senior manager in a very reputable company. And then all I asked was, how was, your childhood? Tell me a little bit more. And you hear her voice regressing to a little kid, a 10-year-old. I hate my mommy. I don't like her. I was like, oh my God, where's this coming from? Right. And that's where you realize that this poor girl, all right, had to go through many traumatic experiences, at least for 2 years, all by herself. Right. So you want to pace the client, though we know that we need to work on the symptoms here and now, but we also need to go back many steps to where the trauma first started. And of course, it involves multi-senses. I hope by now you realize that, talk therapy is not going to work. It's not only the modality that will work. Many scholars now say we cannot talk through trauma. All right. So trauma has to be from the body. So that means talking about it, but the physiology, I'm still perpetually on this fight or flight, it's not going to help. So there are a couple of things that we need to do on top of just talking. And it has to be a dyadic dance. So we're talking about moving, right? Titrating between trauma and also looking at health. We don't want to always be psychopathologizing, and remember, what we have in our body are all health. And this is and a trauma symptom, we need to normalize it as something that your body was trying to protect you. That's why you were doing what you were doing. You were in the freeze. And even right now, you are in the freeze. So I do a lot of psycho ed with my teenagers, adults, and parents. Okay. And of course, for some clients who remember the trauma, they can actually also express it. So I'm not saying that there is no room for talk therapy, but what I'm saying is you cannot just talk about trauma. All right. Okay. So these are some of the commonalities in current trauma intervention. Next slide, please. Sorry. Yes. So safety, stability. I'm going to go through this. All right. Now I'm going to introduce you to 3 books. And I'm going to show you the components. So you may notice that many of the trauma-informed kind of care follow these components. So if you're doing your therapeutic work, now because of my job and my training in play and expressive arts, so I do a lot of play therapy work with the younger kids. All right. But I'm also an experienced somatic experiencer practitioner. And also thanks to learning about the other pieces of trauma, then I marry all these components so that then this is my intervention with my clients. All right. So these are the places that I would think you can do some reading on. And I'm going to introduce you with the other ones as well. Okay. So thanks to and the next stack of cards, the next stack of slides are actually from referencing Paris Good Goodyear Brown. She is a play therapist, and she developed this play modality called trauma play. So you can always Google her. She also have a TED Talk, and she write a book. And of course, like what I say, I also then bring in reference the SE component, and I do a lot of touch work as well. So these are the 10 components. I'm not going to go into details of it, but I'm going to use if you can, write down that. I'm sure you never write down, you probably do a screenshot. Okay, so just for this one, Rosita, we check all their phones. So just for this, just screenshot this, because these are the 10 components, and you will definitely see it in all the other. Even if you just Google, these are quite standard. It's not something that I invent or whatever. All right, but Paris Goodyear Brown highlighted these 10 components, and I'm just going to quickly go, and I'm going to just show you one small case, and then after that we're going to go to the final section. So of course, our positive outcome is always increasing the client's ability to use language, to express his anger, to express sadness, to express grief, fear, right? Because many of our clients bite, pushed, right? Have a mega meltdown. So we in our intervention, we begin to develop that. Very importantly, to decrease the physiological reactions, right? Like a knee-jerk movement. So I will make sure that then less of that less of the. I have one boy, he fell and his kneecap was really until now it's like about 1 year, but there's the big black dark bruise, and I think he was showing me, and I forgot to ask for permission. I think I gently just brushed it, and he jumped and he kicked. Thankfully, he didn't kick me, but he jumped, and that was his reaction. And I was like, whoa. He said, yeah, I thought you're gonna hurt me. I said, well, I'm so sorry. I was just going close and just touching. We want them to tell a coherent story. Now, in my job with very young kids, they tell their narrative through play therapy, through play. All right, through the play, they tell me their story. And maybe with the teenagers, they can also tell you their story. We want to help to reconstruct a cognition that was distorted. Like, I'm not good enough. I deserve to be raped. I deserve to be whacked by my mom. All right. I was too naughty. All right. So on and so forth. So we want to help to form and reconstruct the cognition. Many times, if you look at the younger kids, right, the younger kids who was abused or have developmental trauma, they tend not to go to a caregiver or other social support. They are very self-reliant, right? Very rigid, right? So we want to increase their capacity to allow your forever mommy, right, who adopted you, who love you so dearly, to nurture you when the going gets tough, and not push her away by asking her to back off. Don't touch me, you, right? You're gonna hurt me. So some of our kids do this, right? And of course, healthy coping skills, right? Not just playing with the iPad. I have an 8-year-old boy. He's a gaming addict. Have to work on the addiction, but it's scary for him to stop playing because it will keep him quiet. His heart will start to ache because then he will think about his mother who killed herself when he was 8 years old. She hung herself and he went for a soccer match. So it was just too difficult. So we have to continue with all the things that we need to do, but at the same time, find positive coping skills, coping strategies, all right? Not to go hide away, not to dissociate, but really to stay with the pain, right? And find ways to engage himself. And I think this is a very important piece. Even when we see our clients when they come in, is to restore a sense of safety for them, right? So when the client even come into your presence, are you a safe person, Dr. Alicia? are you going to ridicule me? Is this a safe place? Do I feel that, you know, my secrets are going to be disclosed, but you don't know even how to hold me, and you keep asking me questions? Are you going to judge me? So that's why the pacing of the client is important. Okay, so I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'm going to do this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you with a case, and then with the case, and then I'm going to just walk you through the 10 different components. Yeah, so this is the 10 different components. Sorry guys, can you go to just move the slides. Okay, the rest of you just close your eyes because he's going to go through the slides, and then you will go just move 10 slides to the case of Fred, where words can reach. One more, a few more, until 2 pictures. There is a picture of a skeleton. Yeah, yes, great. All right, so I'm going to walk you through this case. So please be respectful. I'm sure I appreciate all of your integrity as a counselor. You can always just sit with me and listen. Do not take pictures. It's a client that I've served previously, but I thought that I would have live audience, but it looks like it's this, but it is what it is. I've asked for permission, and I'm sure we will. It is also in service to our learning. Okay, so I want to introduce you to this kid called Fred, just for maybe 1 or 2 sessions of what he does with me. And I'll just walk you through, as a counselor, as a therapist, what I do now, because my specialization is with young kids, so we do a lot of play. So Fred was only about 4 years, 8 months. He came to me because of night terror, couldn't sleep, because he had an acute seizure. So he suddenly collapsed 3 months ago, and then they found a tumor. And then he had emergency surgery performed on him. That tumor was removed, hospitalized for 10 days, and then he came back home. But he keeps having night terror, right? Parents, because he's so young, he just know he went to the hospital. He is now botak, you know, there's scars, and of course there were drips, but there were pain, and then that's it. They didn't tell him that you nearly died. Medical procedures, nothing, not even prognosis, as in, you know, are you going to be better or anything. But unfortunately, he lost one of his eyesight, because it's very near to the cortical. So that's why he actually woke up and he couldn't see parts of the world from one angle. Okay, so what I want to share with you is that I do a lot of working with parents. Now, if you look at one of the components of working with intervening, working with kids with trauma, then one of the very important piece is to work with parents. So I don't work in isolation. Even without working on trauma, I never work alone. I always work with the parents. Then because I only spend once a week and 1 hour with the child. Whatever is happening, how the parents react, is every day. So I must empower the parents. So if you look at the components, then one of the component, it's about parents being partners, and parents also being the soothing agent. So I do a lot of psycho ed with the mother. I spend another hour with her separately on another time. I teach strategies later, which is the third part. I teach some of those strategies. And then I talk to the mother. Now, 4.5, what can you talk to him about, right? very little, especially deep stuff, right? About you nearly died, it was scary and everything. So the language wasn't coming out. So I helped with the mother appreciating, what are his coping skills, what are the things that right now when he is scared, he cries and he bites the father and so on. So how are we going to help with developing some new coping strategies? And also I work on teaching her what to do when he has night terror. Okay, so then by the third week, then he actually stopped having night terror, because thanks to the mother, she worked really hard. All right, so next slide, please. So again, what was taught and partner, I teach on what are the key triggers. I teach what I teach with you guys. So I teach the parents, I mean, not so long, but I just teach little bits of it. All right, and it's important for the parents to understand. Now, I didn't use this diagram, but it's the same diagram where stuck on and stuck on off, right? I just teach them how normally we should be at the middle portion, but with Fred, he was actually always stuck in the upper, right, when he is in the state of having the hypervigilance and night terror. I teach on the Band-Aid tools, which I will share with you in a short while. And I teach on attuning to the child reading his signal. I teach on how to help with touching, just to bring the child to stump stability. So being a co-regulator, regulate the child. Most importantly, I teach the mom how to regulate herself. Of course, she is very sad. She's very guilty. I don't know if there's any more stress too, right? So then when he is, hyper aroused, like screaming, crying, or having night terror, she is also flustered. So I also need to teach her to do the beautiful back and forth, right? The lovely wave, yeah? All right, so I'm going to show you a couple of pictures of the first session, just actually first and a couple of the other session. Let's go to the next slide. So this is the first session. He came in holding his mother really tight, but it was very interesting when he saw my room. Well, I have a play-friendly, child-friendly room that I because of my training, right? So I have good enough toys. So I was able to let him settle and feel safe. Now, another component at the beginning is enhancing safety and security. Safety in the environment and security with the counselor. So he felt really safe because he said, hey, you don't need me to talk. I'm only 4 years old, but you let me play. And because of my training, I'm able to look at play themes and actually helped him to actually begin to talk about his trauma narrative. So I'm just going to walk you through, this is what he did, and then we're just going to debrief a bit, okay? So he came and he played a game of soccer on the sand tray. Now, he loved soccer before his surgery. So he picked it up, played for a while, and then even was quite creatively. And then, yes, what happened was suddenly the story changed. So this is an evolving story. So the story changed, and suddenly everything just fall down. All the rules changed, no rules. Everybody fall down, everything stopped. Everybody was frantically running, and you can see that a lot of different ball players were all there. All right, let's look at the third one. And suddenly he picked up a box and he said, Dr. Lisha. No, I don't think he even called me Dr. Lisha. He just asked me, what is this box? RIP box. I usually don't label the boxes, right? I mean, I wouldn't say that it's a coffin, my dear. I just tell him it's a RIP. RIP. Yeah, it's a RIP box. You can use it any way you want it. So he put a soccer player inside, and then he found a skeleton, and he played out over and over again the skeleton coming from the bottom of the sand, frightening the kids, soccer player, and then hiding again. and frightening them and then hiding. Then finally, the final tray is where the soccer player actually then put in the box. So what we are seeing is, even just in one session, the child feels safe enough to tell his story, and you have to also appreciate the story, right? It can be just play, but because of my training in expressive arts and play therapy, I'm able to notice in the play that he was using play to express his trauma experiences. I never asked him, what is this skeleton? All right, he's 4, but he was really engrossed. He was increasing some emotional literacy by expressing the feelings. Like, say he's out to scare people, and then he comes in and play with it again. And then you can see, I thought it was really powerful for him to start playing with the soccer game. It's as if, I'm just making a guess, by the slides. It's just as if trying to tell me, Dr. Alicia, listen to my story. My story was, once upon a time, or maybe not just me, like these kids are just playing soccer. Life just quite normal, like a little kid. And suddenly, everything go haywire. Whatever rules that I thought I knew just didn't go as planned. And now suddenly there's this scary thing that keeps popping out, right? So of course the scary thing can be anything. Can be the surgery, can be the trauma, can be me losing one eye, can be the night terror, right? So because it's my first session, I'll just let him play it out, right? And the fact is that, why did I put number 4, experiential mastery play, is because he is able to pick up a scary thing and look at it in the face, right? Now this is quite concrete. I can actually look at it, and in some ways helping to work through maybe some of the things that is scary, that I don't have to be scared anymore. All right. Okay, so that's in general what looks like in my first session with the kid. Now, with this child, I only had 6 sessions because he was migrating. So the parents just tell me I've got 6 sessions. So I want to walk you through. Yeah, so this one, he actually began to build fences in the second session. And as you know, fences are for protection. And this session, he keeps talking a lot more about his narrative, right? His story about needing protection. So that was played out in his play. We didn't really do much except for he telling me, we need to protect whatever is inside. So what I could only do is to be a helper and say, how can I help you to expand your story? So that's what we do as a counselor. As a therapist, our job is to hold the space for the child to tell us difficult stuff, and also be an amplifier. Maybe I'll help him to amplify the story. So I ask him, Fred, do you need more fences? Yes. Okay, then I take out and then I help him, and then we begin to build fences. Again, this piece also tie in with mastery, right? I need protection, and I am getting protection. Maybe protection from pain, protection from the scary thing that is coming out. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go to, now we skip a couple of sessions because it's going to take so long, but, oh no, this one is good. The previous one is good. Now, I want the red one, sorry, tag team, yes, good. Okay, so in other sessions, he also, now this little boy is actually quite frozen when he came to me, not as in like cold, but you can see the affect is quite flat and so on. So what happened was, then one day he came to me, and then what happened was, he told me that I don't want to play this anymore. So now I want to play punching. I say, yeah, sure. And then he tied up this and he started to punch, right? He started to let off the steam. So, and he was quite happy. And then in our counseling term, we call it catharsis, right? Letting out the energy, right? The things that is bottling up. And I was so proud of him. Like, finally, he can let it out, right? So there is another component which is called soothing the physiology. So by him punching out, then he can punch here and he can let out steam. Then he wouldn't be punching the father. He wouldn't be having some knee jerk movement where, you know, when someone touch him, he actually activates. So that was something that was really good that came out from my session with him, that he could let out steam. So that's a lot of soothing the physiology. All right. Okay. So what else? Come, let's go to the next slide. And then that's where he took out all the nursing things. And he started to tell me, I want to heal the baby. And I say, yeah, sure. So I've got lots of plasters and we have medical kit in the playroom. So then what happened is then he started to tape. Kids love plaster, and then he keep, is it real? I say, yes, it's real. You can use it. So he went for the spot that he was injured himself too, right? The hand where they put the drip, and then he had a surgery there. And then that's another level of mastery, guys, right? When the child is beginning to heal, and then I am going to be okay. Thankfully, he didn't tell me this baby need to be hospitalized. So he just told me that he's going to be okay. So there's also the building of the positive self, right? That after this, I'm going to heal and I'm going to be okay. So it was really meaningful for me to be able to have the skills and the knowledge and able to also understand what the child needs from me. And I actually walked this experience, this journey with him, the healing journey with him. So it's really my privilege to witness what the healing and transformation process is like for this child. Okay, next slide, please. So I thought I just want to then just summarize. These are some of the things that if you look at the component 1 to 10, then because of his age, certain things cannot be achieved out of the 10 components, like changing the distorted cognition and so on. So, but this is good enough that I could achieve that in 6 sessions. All right. Okay. So we're going to the final piece, what I teach the mother. And probably this would be how we're going to wrap up about learning some somatic tools. Now, I would think that the somatic tool, though the next slide all talks about children, but do remember that many of them are actually relevant for us as well, okay, as adults, and you can teach your adult clients to do this. Now, goals of Band-Aid tools. In general, I call it Band-Aid tool is because it's just to stop the bleeding for a short while. Now, if you have a deeper wound, of course, this is not enough. The child needs therapy. The child needs more intervention. But for the moment, this is good enough. So we call it the Band-Aid tools. The goals of the Band-Aid tool is to help with self-regulation, co-regulation, and of course, I'll give you a bit of an idea of learning to auto-regulate. Now, again, if it is auto, you don't need to learn. But many times, our clients, that automatic piece has been damaged. So they couldn't engage in the automatic piece. Okay, so let's look at auto-regulation. We are all, again, like what we talked about in the beginning of my session, is that we are all biologically endowed with ways to manage overwhelming stimuli, right? So, I mean, kids do thumb sucking twirling of the hair. So there are many ways that we use, but with little or no conscious awareness. All right. That's because, next slide, please, that we have, don't worry too much about this. This is by another wonderful teacher, Ale Dante. I think I pronounced his last name correctly. Sorry, sir. But just so you know that whatever goes up, do come down. So what we are doing when we look at auto-regulation is for us to actually find some ways, right? And it's quite unconscious, right? You know, some elderly play with their jade, a bangle. Some people even touch their pendant. We say a prayer or whatever, pick our fingers. So whatever goes up, actually, we are finding some ways to bring ourselves down. Okay, so what I want to say is that we all have the ability to self-regulate. So next slide, please. But when we are traumatized or when we are sort of triggered, maybe we already have been traumatized, but because of the trigger in the environment, then I have some traumatic symptoms or response, which is probably not aligned with the reaction that we were expecting. So, for example, this morning I had a consultation with this mummy, and she has a daughter who's adopted. So she told me that in the morning she brought her to the playground, and she went up to a little boy, which is her friend, that they play together. And she went up to the boy and sort of stroked his head and said, "Good morning," for example. "Good morning, Adam. How are you? Did you sleep well?" The daughter went into a complete meltdown, all right? And she was so distraught, and mom couldn't understand. And then she started to cry, and so mom, of course, say it's jealousy, but I knew where it's coming from. So he was crying and he was telling, "You never asked me whether my morning was good." Then mom said, "But I did." But anyway, so there's no point arguing, but that was it, right? So she was in an orphanage for 1.5 years. So she just recently joined the family. So there was a lot of attachment needs and feeling rejection. So these are the trigger. All right. So for many of the parents, I would teach them, before your child can self-regulate, we must start with co-regulation. That means we need us to help with regulating them. All right. And help to ground them. That's why the slide here, grounding and stabilization activities are really important. Okay. Next slide. Yeah. So when we talk about co-regulation, it just means that you experience an adult as a safe person, a secure base for soothing, and who is active in helping. Sorry, there's two ins. So who is active in helping. So remember, I told you kids run to a caregiver when they're scared. Kids do not just stay frozen. I mean, kids with normal development. All right. So you do want to be attuned while you're co-regulating the child. You want to be attuned to the child's sensations. You want to be attuned to the child's rhythms. You want to be attuned to the child's emotion, like you are attuned to a baby, an infant. All right. So what we want to appreciate when the child is having a meltdown is that their body is learning whatever goes up, which is charge and excitation, must come down. Discharge and relax. So like that beautiful thing that we were talking about. Okay, so I'm just going to offer you a couple of tips to attend to an overwhelmed child. Next slide, please. Now, very importantly, I know it's very cliche, right? Now we don't take planes anymore. 2 more years, right? So for 2 years we haven't taken plane. But if you take plane, and then people will say, please, the flight attendant will say, please, if we have emergency, put the mask on you before you attend to other people, because we don't want you to faint and then you couldn't even be any good to anyone. So your calmness is essential, right? If you have a kid in your class who is overwhelmed, the last thing you want to do is, Adam, what is happening to you? How come you're doing this? Because what is going to happen is he's already hyper aroused like this. And then this person is coming in and she's hyper aroused. Then two people are going to be like that. Then you are co-regulating each other to go further up. But if this person is like, I don't know what to do, I'm so angry, right? And then you come in and say, Adam, what's happening? Yep, come. So then you are not overwhelmed by the child's issue, because the child needs you to protect him. The child needs you as the secure base. So your own nervous system must be calm to communicate with this child's nervous system. Then you can connect with the child. All right. So first, really then make sure when you are when you're with the kid, when I have to attend to an overwhelmed child, I talk very little. Today is really a very long day for me because I talk a lot, right? For 2 hours, no non-stop. But really, when you are with an overwhelmed child, you go into your 5 senses. All right, you just stay in a place of calmness, ground yourself. But you are not aloof, by the way. Just be mindful. You're not standing there. I'm calm. What Dr. Alicia say? I need to be calmer, right? No, you still need to be gentle. You need to be with the child. You need to be attuned to the child. That I am curious. What's going on, right? And not stand there and then say, I'll wait for him to calm down, then I attend. No. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next slide. And maybe what is important for you is beginning to appreciate the language of sensation, right? Because what you're going to do is you may feel something, and then you might just also notice that the child is also feeling nervous and anxious, but they don't know how to verbalize the feelings, right? So you might be able to tell this child, Adam, yeah, so heavy, huh? Yeah, I see that you are shaking, right? Just enough to give the child also expanding on the emotional literacy, okay? So that you can describe physically how the body is feeling, all right? Then what you want to do is just build on that with the child, and in a soft way, right? Just notice your body even now as I'm quieting down, not so fast. Then maybe you are noticing your body is a bit relaxed. I can take a breath, yeah, and not like I'm hyper vigilant. I'm getting ready for something. So these are some of the pieces that you may want to begin to learn about your own sensations. Okay. All right. Let's look at then number 2. So after you ground yourself, so next slide, please. After you've ground yourself, so always what I do is I either take a breath or I do a bit of a stretch. I also do a little bit of my own guided imagery, like Alicia. Find your spine. Like for me, my spine, when it's straight and erected and my shoulders are in a space, and when I stand, you probably cannot see me, then my 2 feet are firmly on the ground. That's where I feel the most grounded, and that's where I can hold the space for the child. So I don't slouch. I wouldn't like slouch. I wouldn't do so again, find your own posture, what works for you. This works for me. So I even sometimes have guided imagery, like I'm in a safe space. I have this beautiful light blue ray that I actually helps me to ground myself. So then after that, the next thing you want to do is to assess the situation, which means that you're just checking, all right? Checking the situation, specifically the child, right? So if you are checking a child or checking a client, look at the face. Now, I just want to give you a tip. With kids who are really overwhelmed and they are in sort of like the PTSD state, post-traumatic stress state, they usually close their eyes. They'll be like, and they do a lot of the hands. They do a lot of the legs. They kick you with your legs. They even really bite you. They scratch you. And these are all primitive defense mechanism, right? So, which is the most natural. So you want to check the face. You want to check the eyes. I've got one student, she was a bit stressed by doing a presentation. Then she was frozen. And you can see her eyes will get glassy, like, a little bit high on drugs. And then her mouth, okay, she wasn't screaming and crying like kids, but her jaw just dropped, right? So that could be it. Or they crunch their jaw, right? So that could be another. Close their eyes, crunch their jaw, and then they start to hammer, right? Then you want to notice the breathing. Just watch, all right? And then just be with the child and don't be scared, right? Just breathe, right? If you need to say a prayer, do that, whatever. But whatever can calm you down, do it. Then check if there are any reactions, any emotions, any cognitive reaction. Is he or she talking as if he's somewhere else, right? Like he's outer space, he's talking to someone. Then we look at the dissociative piece, right? Is he overly tranquil, blank expression? Then that's what you want to notice. Now, with parents, especially parents who have to be at the playground, and you know how kids are, right? They don't choose any time. They don't choose the best time. Maybe their best time is not their best time. So it might be at the playground. Other parents are watching. Now we don't go shopping, but it may be in a shopping mall, and then everybody is watching. That's where you get overwhelmed. So do check the environment as well to respectfully protect the child. If you are in school, you may have to remove the child because you don't want the child to feel overwhelmed by the other kids, and the other kids are talking, what's going on? And then other kids are saying, oh my God, they might shame him, they might embarrass him, and then it makes it more overwhelming for him. All right. So not just the child, but as well as what is happening in the environment. All right. And make sure there are no sharp stuff. He's not going to pick up something and throw it at your face and so on. All right. So different levels of safety for the child. And then what I think I talked about just now was really talking about maintaining a presence. All right. So use of touch. So 5 senses, right? Could be eye contact. If you want to touch the child, you might just want to gently touch the child on the shoulders. Here, right? On the back. Here. Gently, not one big slap, but gently, so that just tell the child, I'm here. All right. Now, if the child is kicking and hitting you, please then, of course, then remove yourself, right? Move away, but still maintain a presence. You have to be there, all right? And then you can continue to tell the child. Now, I know it is scary. It feels like it's going to take forever, but it may be a necessary process for this child to reconstruct a new experience. When I'm overwhelmed, there is someone who never run away. She is teaching me, all right, to how to regulate myself. So then the experience is going to be more meaningful and healing for the child. Next slide, please. And that's where, I think I've already talked about this, right? Guide the person's attention to his sensation. I see you are crying. Can you feel your tears? So remember we talk about, I don't know if I talked to you about this, but a lot of people talk about mindfulness, right? This big word about mindfulness. But mindfulness is just simply being here and now in the present. So if I can get you right now to feel your buttocks on your seat, to feel the weight, right? To feel the aircon coolness, and then hear me talking. You are mindful. You are here with me. That's it, right? So what is important is then in our Band-Aid piece, it is to help the child to come back to reality, right? So you may just want to just tell the child, I notice you've got tears. Can you feel it rolling? Right? Right? And then the child might do this. Then in some ways you are already pendulating from aroused to a little bit of a settle. Right? Then suddenly he again, and then it comes back to aroused. It's okay. Then you say, oh, you're still not too happy. And then you come back and help with a bit of a settling. So it might be like that, right? But it's okay. So you have just shown her, I'm a safe person. You don't have to be scared, all right? So what you want to do then is again slowing down, watching, and validating. What I fundamentally believe is because this is organic, this is innate. If I can give it time, this kid will slow down by itself. And what better still is I am present to witness him healing, changing, and he witnessing, opening his eyes. Oh, it's so nice. Dr. Alicia never abandoned me, right? And it's easy to work with kids who cry, like vulnerable and a victim, but it's so hard, right? When a kid call you, you ugly boo-boo face, go away, I hate you, you're no good. And these are the hardest, and that's where you have to actually remember it's not about you, all right? It's the ugly poo-poo face that has actually disappointed him and hurt him and make his life so miserable. So your job is then the healer, all right, to help him to have a different narrative of being with adults and being with people. Now, this is not new. Just Google Heidi Hansen, all right? And it's a wonderful The Art of Healing Trauma blog. She gave a couple of activities. Thank you, sir. Thank you, tech team. So it gave a couple of activities for us to do, which engages the 5 senses. So it could be walking, pushing is good, right? Drinking, touching. So go on to the blog, and she is also a somatic experiencing practitioner. All right, so let's go on to the next slide. We're almost in the tail end. Give me about 5 minutes, and then I will wrap up, and then we'll do the Q&A. Of course, there are so many ways we self-regulate, right? Drinking, iPad, gaming, and there's so much more, right? Which is not really appropriate. So we want to help the clients to know that you all have a rhythm, right? Whatever goes up can come down. That's the self-regulation piece, right? That beautiful dance, back and forth, up and down. It will come down, right? So, but many of our clients, their system is perpetually on the hyperarousal, or they are perpetually on the low, which is the hypoarousal. So that's why people take stimulants to get high, while there are those who might need to take certain medication or space themselves out so that then I can sleep, I can rest. All right. So next slide. So what you want to do with the kids as a Band-Aid is really ask the client or ask the kid, what helps to ground you and calm you? Now it's a bit difficult. I've got some kids who bring a bag of soothing tools. So I've got one kid who has this very soft teddy that if it's overwhelming, she can take it out. Of course, in Singapore, they cannot bring toys. So, but for this kid, the school has been wonderful in working with me. also because the kid is quite challenging in school. So what happened is then they gave her this. So every time we are teaching her, right, to find your own ways to soothe yourself. So she did. So whenever it's overwhelming, then the teacher would just say, hey, Alicia, go to your, she called it, go to your best friend. And the best friend is not a person, but the best friend is, then she do it. All right. Now, in some of the schools that I work with, the teachers have been wonderful. They set up a corner where they have all soft blanket, maybe a stuffed toy, in some colors, and even the shaker that has the glitter, like our gluey glitters, art, soft, no music because it's too noisy, right? And even looking up in the star, and many kids love blankets, like weighted blankets. So whenever they feel so after that, it's not just the traumatized kids. Some kids who are a bit overwhelmed, they just say, okay, go to the nest. They even give it a name like nest. Okay, so that's something he can do. And sometimes some kids just need to run and walk. So then the teacher will put her as the one who passed the paper and everything, because this kid is really perpetually always on the hyper arousal. His feet needs to walk, right? So that's what we do. So I say the same to you, right? Just now in preliminary 6 is on self-care. So find out what you like, find out what the child likes, and then and you can actually then begin to realize, hey, this might work, and maybe it will work for my kid as well. All right. So I think these are some of the tools about using 5 senses, and also physical self-holding. Now, again, I'm going not to demonstrate so much, but next slide, please. These are again in Peter Levine's Exercise by Heidi. So it's so wonderful where she drew it. And then these are all very good piece. When the child is, I want to teach you, make sure you remember there's this thing called pre-prodromal, which means that before the breakdown happened, you want to catch the child when it's almost escalating. When it's spill over, then cannot do much. All right. Yeah. Then what you want to do is you want to help the child to maybe do this, all right, to ground themselves. This one is my all-time favorite. You listen to your breathing, and as well as feeling your tummy. Now, this is my dear teacher, Peter Levine. This is self-hold, all right? So we want to teach the children to learn how to look after themselves. So these are some of the strategies that we just want to be mindful. Now, when you do this, you can try now, right? My blouse is a bit tight. But if you do this now, you suddenly become that you are the container. Your body is the container. And when you do this exercise, then if you can look into a spot, don't have to look at me, you can listen to me, then you may actually then go inside you and find a little bit of calmness, right? Because you feel contained, right? So go and look at the activities, and these are some of the things that I would recommend. Okay, so I've come to the final 3 slides. So I just want to conclude that, the reason why I put in the last slide as a talking about resilience and also self-care. Next slide, please. One more. Yay, that's it. So just remember, our kids are resilient. So it's all in us, all right? Our job is to really help to ignite that capacity, all right? So with that Band-Aid piece, if you could actually work through that, they have the capacity to rebound from the stress. Of course, if there's anything major, then definitely, we'll go to the good people out here who are doing good work to work with the kids who are traumatized, all right? So our job as a counselor has always been a Band-Aid in some ways, right? We are supporting the client to access their health so that they heal their trauma. But I've come to agree and accept that maybe it's not about healing trauma. It's really about renegotiating the traumatic responses and the trauma. Okay, with that, I end my presentation that I reference from. So The Body Keeps the Score is a wonderful book. And I think just now you saw that I reference Basil Vanderkolk. And then Peter Levine's, this book is the classic if you want to read on trauma. And if you are working with kids, then next slide, please. Then Trauma Through a Child's Eye is a wonderful book. If you want to work with parents, then Trauma Proving Your Kids. It's a very simple book, lots of activity. The reason why I gravitate to doing more somatic work is because I work with kids. But after that, after a while, after 10 years of working in this field of trauma, I also realized that it works for anyone, because if your fundamental belief is that trauma is in the body and the body keeps the score, then this is another wave, another tool that you add into your toolbox to help your client. So we are, like CBT, psychodynamic, family, solution focus. It's time for us to really appreciate that our body plays also a big part in our healing. Okay, so next slide, please. That's my reference. And then let's go to the final slide. I'm done. I'm sorry. I think I actually overrun. I'm supposed to give, I told Rosita I'll give 15 minutes for Q&A, but obviously I have only, let's see if we have some good question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alicia. I think the 2 hours is not sufficient. I'm feeling that we need another more 2 hours. Your sharing is really overwhelming. I just feel that if only we have more time for you to share your expertise, I'm really confident that the viewers would agree with me.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
I truly hope that all the input shared will benefit us, all the education counselors who are with you today. Okay, just as we promised, our Q&A, I have chosen 2 questions to share with you today.
Okay.
I feel that it's most relevant for us for the topic today. Okay, for question number 1, how to help traumatized individual to identify what they are experiencing is an unhealthy situation.
It's an unhealthy situation. Now, maybe I would like us to reframe it to say that our body is actually trying to tell us that we are not coping too well. It's not that it's unhealthy, but it's just that whatever is happening is not working. You need other ways. So which means that we want to psycho at our clients to first not, you see, that's the thing, not to judge and say, hey, this is a bad thing, right? You keep shaking your hand because you are scared or you're twitching. Oh, I have a girl who's twitching and then she's shaming herself. You see, I keep twitching. Why? Stop. So we don't want to have that finger pointing, but to psycho add and say, Alicia, that twitching is your body trying to tell you were so scared and you couldn't even defend yourself to scream. That's why it's showing, right? So what I would like to do is let me tell you what your body is trying to tell you, right? So instead of saying it's unhealthy, we want to accept that this is part of your body, though we all know it's not very appropriate, but tell the body that, hey, your body is trying to tell you something. The symptom is giving you a message, right? So what is the message? And when they could sayang themselves and say, now I know my poor body actually just needed to scream. So when I did the therapy with that kid who had a twitching, actually we activate here again, because she was sexually violated. She couldn't even scream. So what we did was, of course, we scream, right? We exercise this muscle. And then she said, I feel like biting. I said, but you cannot bite me. So then she bite on something, right? And that's where she crushed. And that's where then all this traumatic energy that was stuck here, because I wish I could scream so someone can help me. I wish I could spit at him and then so that then he can go away, right? Yeah, and I wish I could bite him, but I couldn't do. So then the energy is trapped here. That's where I asked her to sayang her mouth. I say that's why it's still there. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah. Just to make them understand that if they have something is wrong inside, and to make them pour out what they feel, how they feel about it. It's not an easy thing, right, Doctor?
No. Yeah, it's definitely not an easy thing. And many times we go internalize, right? We say, I shouldn't have walked that lane. I shouldn't have done this. Yeah. It's not them, right? And then that's where the distorted cognition comes in, right? We're trying to shift the cognition and say that it's not you, right? Yeah. It's them, right?
To make them stop blaming, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Definitely.
Okay, for my second question, Doctor, is the latest technological hurdle also a trauma that kills the psychology of the individual in silence?
Are we talking about Facebook,
social media,
gaming, social media?
Yeah, related.
Yeah. You know, when I was a kid, I mean, many 18 years ago, when we talk about bullying, at school, right? I go to school, I cannot bully. Then when I come back home, I'm safe. But with all the social media and everything, it's in your face 24/7. If we are talking about cyberbullying, right? And then, oh, by the way, I have this little boy. I don't know about in Malaysia. Are y'all watching this Squid Game?
Yes.
This show, Korean drama. All right. He's only 8, so he's playing some games, but everyone is talking about this Squid Game, and he tell me, Dr. Alicia, I used to like the traffic light, but now I'm very scared. And then he has perpetual nightmare. Poor thing, right? And he was his parents' control, gaming and everything. He wasn't even going to anything inappropriate. Right, but then suddenly he's flooded, right, with all the recurring nightmares and fear, how people can be so mean, and it's very different from Harry Potter and that kind of show, because it's even Hunger Games, right? It's in a very different country, but now it's real, and all the games I play, I also a bit scared now, right? So I totally agree. We need to be being a counselor and a mental health professional is non-stop learning, right? Because the society changed, things are different, new things begin to evolve. Now, even COVID, right? We have to adjust, and then none of us have done telehealth. Not even knowing what to do to engage the child. What more the parent, what more the child. So I don't have an answer. I would think that there is a huge impact. There's one lady, I read her book. Her name is called Sue Palmer, Pamler, I think. It's a very, very old book in 19 something, right? Or year 2000. She wrote a book on toxic childhood. And then that book was really on computer, social media, and she's already projecting, and don't forget social media used as a nanny, right? We see little kids, got the iPad, and then the mouth just open, and then the eye just look at the screen.
Yes, agree.
So that book was actually quite good, and it talks about, we can never do without technology now, but how can we not be a slave to technology? That's why a lot of my parents, I don't know about you guys, a lot of my parents told me, say, hey, Dr. Richard, you heard about the Beijing clamp down on playing computer games? I say, yeah, I'm going to do the same. And then I say, yeah, sure. So we actually, this father actually did it. He was so happy because it's no choice. I think the kids have the executive function, right? It impacts. Yeah. I hope that's an okay answer.
The price we have to pay, right, Doctor?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I think we have come to the end of our 7th plenary. Dr. Alicia, ladies and gentlemen, with the explanation given by Dr. Alicia, I truly hope that we have better understanding about trauma-informed care. Okay, again, thank you, Doctor, for your sharing. And I myself hoped that one day we can come again and for you to share with us all your expertise.
My pleasure. But I must say, thanks to technology, I get to see all of you and do this. So there's something good about technology.
Yes. It's
Bye.
how we see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. On behalf of the organizer of the International Conference of Education Counselor 2031, our utmost appreciation to Dr. Alicia for being with us today. With that again, I thank you everybody to have been very cooperative during this last session in our conference this year. With that, I return this floor back to our MC. Thank you and have a good day ahead.
Thank you to Puan Rosita binti Gani as the moderator of plenary session with Dr. Alicia Pon. Warga persidangan yang dihormati sekalian, kita akan berehat seketika selama 5 minit sebelum ke acara seterusnya. Mohon warga persidangan terus kekal berada atas talian. Terima kasih kerana masih setia berada dalam persidangan ini. Untuk makluman semua, sesi plenari ke-7 itu tadi merupakan plenari yang terakhir untuk persidangan kali ini. Sebelum sampai ke atur cara kemuncak, marilah bersama kita soroti perjalanan persidangan sepanjang 3 hari ini melalui tayangan video yang telah disediakan oleh pihak Urusetia. Bersama kita saksikan. Semoga tayangan video itu tadi akan memahat kenangan manis memori indah dalam perjalanan warga Persidangan menuntut ilmu. Sampai kita ke atur cara kemuncak, untuk itu dengan segala hormatnya dipersilakan yang berusaha Puan Salmiah binti Munshi, Setiausaha Bahagian Psikologi dan Kaunseling Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia untuk memulakan sesi penangguhan dan penyataan resolusi Persidangan Kaunselor Pendidikan Peringkat Antarabangsa 2021. Dengan segala hormatnya, persidangan mempersilakan.
Terima kasih pengacara. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Bersua kembali kepada slot terakhir kita pada Persidangan Antarabangsa Kaunselor Pendidikan Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia tahun 2021 dengan ucapan penangguhan persidangan ini. Yang berusaha doktor, tuan-puan dan para peserta persidangan yang dihormati lagi dikasihi. Alhamdulillah, Persidangan Antarabangsa Kaunselor Pendidikan KPM telah selamat dilaksanakan selama 3 hari bermula pada 5 Oktober dan berakhir pada 7 Oktober 2021. Sebanyak 7 sesi plenary telah disampaikan yang meliputi tajuk yang dibahagikan kepada subtajuk iaitu subtajuk Dasar Kaunseling Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, subtajuk Kesejahteraan Organisasi dan subtajuk Pembangunan Kendiri sebagai Kaunselor Pendidikan yang memiliki kesejahteraan diri dan kemahiran yang diperlukan sesuai dengan dunia VUCA pada hari ini. Berikut adalah resolusi persidangan yang dapat kita gariskan. Resolusi yang pertama, DKKPM sebagai dasar yang menyokong dasar kaunseling negara yang merangkumi 3 tonggak iaitu kesejahteraan masyarakat, profesionalisme kaunselor dan pemerkasaan profesion. Resolusi yang kedua, dasar kaunseling Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia perlu disambut dan digerakkan oleh kaunselor pendidikan dan guru bimbingan dan kaunseling di setiap peringkat bahagian, Jabatan Pendidikan Negeri, Pejabat Pendidikan Daerah, Kolej Matrikulasi, IPG, IPGK, Kolej Vocational dan sekolah. Seterusnya, resolusi yang ketiga, peruntukan kewangan khusus bagi memastikan matlamat mempertingkatkan kesejahteraan psikologi murid dan warga KPM melalui dasar kaunseling Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia dapat dizahirkan. Resolusi yang keempat, pemerkasaan akrab organisasi KPM dan sekolah serta institusi dimantapkan lagi bagi memastikan kesejahteraan warga pendidik dicapai. Resolusi yang kelima, kaunselor pendidikan di organisasi Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia dan guru bimbingan dan kaunseling di sekolah dan kaunselor pendidikan di institusi perlu membangunkan perancangan strategik yang tepat bagi melaksanakan intervensi dan program pencegahan seperti kes-kes bunuh diri, kesejahteraan mental dan ketidaksejahteraan psikologi dalam kalangan warga pendidikan di semua peringkat termasuk guru dan bukan guru, murid serta pelajar di semua institusi pendidikan KPM. Resolusi yang keenam, dasar kaunseling Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia merupakan teras dalam melaksanakan indeks kesejahteraan organisasi demi mewujudkan kesejahteraan dalam organisasi. Resolusi yang ketujuh, pelaksanaan indeks kesejahteraan organisasi bagi mengenal pasti isu-isu dalam organisasi serta merancang intervensi dan tindakan penyelesaian agar organisasi harmoni dan sejahtera. Dan resolusi yang seterusnya adalah keperluan ilmu dan kemahiran kaunselor pendidikan yang seiring dengan perkembangan semasa dan kekal relevan melalui silibus latihan yang komprehensif. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati lagi saya kasih sekalian. Ke-8 resolusi persidangan ini akan dimajukan ke peringkat pengurusan tertinggi KPM sebagai hasil daripada persidangan yang telah kita laksanakan. Pada sepanjang berlangsungnya persidangan ini, saya mendapati beberapa perkara positif telah berlaku. Antaranya, ketekunan para kaunselor pendidikan di organisasi dan guru-guru bimbingan dan kaunseling mengikuti setiap plenary dengan penuh minat dan konsisten. Pertanyaan soalan yang tuntas yang menggambarkan kesediaan para kaunselor pendidikan untuk mengaplikasikan ilmu dan kemahiran yang diperolehi dalam persidangan ini dalam kehidupan peribadi dan kerjaya tuan-puan. Syabas dan tahniah diucapkan. Selain daripada itu, kecekapan urus setia serta kru yang sentiasa memastikan kelancaran persidangan ini sentiasa berada pada tahap yang terbaik amatlah dipuji. Seterusnya, kefasihan para pengacara dari pengacara utama hingga pengacara plenary dari seluruh pelosok negara sangat mengkagumkan. Keseronokan para peserta diajak melakukan gerakan energizer yang menghiburkan oleh para kaunselor dapat dirasai yang membantu mengekalkan fokus dan kesegaran para peserta untuk terus mengikuti persidangan. Tahniah kepada kaunselor-kaunselor yang terlibat. Kehebatan para pembentang memang tidak dapat dinafikan di dalam setiap plenary yang menyentuh paradigma dan psikologi para kaunselor pendidikan dan guru-guru bimbingan dan kaunseling dirasakan membawa kesegaran untuk para peserta meneruskan fungsi yang berusaha doktor tuan-puan sebagai penyedia perkhidmatan membantu dari aspek psikologi dan kaunseling dalam memacu kesejahteraan warga KPM khususnya dan masyarakat amnya. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati lagi saya kasihi, saya mewakili KPM ingin menyatakan pernyataan bahawa setiap peserta persidangan adalah perlu mematuhi kepada etika perkhidmatan kita. Adalah diingatkan supaya kita tidak menyiarkan bahan plenary yang tidak diizinkan oleh pembentang untuk berbuat demikian. Kerana kita pasti mereka mempunyai alasan dan justifikasi yang tertentu untuk kenyataan demikian. Sehubungan dengan itu, yang berusaha doktor tuan-puan perlulah mematuhi arahan itu dan akan menjadi tanggungjawab sendiri untuk sekiranya berlaku pelanggaran kepada arahan tersebut. KPM tidak akan bertanggungjawab di atas pelanggaran arahan itu. Saya sangat percaya kaunselor-kaunselor yang ada pada hari ini adalah kaunselor-kaunselor yang sangat berintegriti dan penuh memelihara etika-etika profesion kita, insya-Allah Yang berusaha doktor, tuan-puan dan para peserta persidangan yang dihormati lagi dikasihi. Sebelum saya menangguhkan persidangan antarabangsa Kaunselor Pendidikan KPM pada tahun 2021 pada kali ini, saya ingin merakamkan ucapan penghargaan kepada semua yang menjayakan persidangan kali ini yang dilaksanakan bersempena sambutan Bulan Kaunseling Kebangsaan dan dilaksanakan secara dalam talian sepenuhnya. Marilah sama-sama kita berdoa. Semoga pada tahun yang akan datang, gabungan pelaksanaan persidangan kaunselor pendidikan KPM akan dapat dilaksanakan secara bersemuka dan dalam talian dengan pulihnya pandemik COVID-19, insya-Allah. Jadi, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, saya akhiri ucapan penangguhan persidangan kaunselor pendidikan peringkat antarabangsa pada tahun 2021 ini dengan dua rangkap pantun. Nakhoda hebat layari bahtera, meredah ombak lautan gelora. Kaunselor pendidikan kompeten dan sejahtera, memacu warga mencipta bahagia. Kalau ada sumur di ladang, boleh kita menumpang mandi. Insya-Allah diberi umur yang panjang, kita akan bersidang lagi. Dengan lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya menangguhkan persidangan antarabangsa Kaunselor Pendidikan Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia bagi tahun 2021. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ribuan terima kasih diucapkan kepada yang berusaha Puan Salmiah binti Munshi, Setiausaha Bahagian Psikologi dan Kaunseling Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia atas penangguhan persidangan dan penyataan resolusi sebentar tadi. Semoga para hadirin dapat mengutip ilmu yang bermanfaat sepanjang 3 hari persidangan ini untuk diamalkan dalam tugasan kita sebagai seorang kaunselor. Sebelum bersurai, para hadirin yang masih belum mendaftar untuk hari terakhir persidangan ini diingatkan untuk klik pautan yang disediakan pada paparan skrin anda. Hadirin juga diminta untuk mengisi penilaian program melalui pautan yang dipaparkan. Kepada warga persidangan yang ingin mendapatkan bahan persidangan yang dibenarkan, boleh berhubung dengan Kaunselor Pendidikan di daerah atau negeri masing-masing. Bahan-bahan ini juga dipautkan di laman web E2PK. Hadirin sekalian, pohon berangan tempat bertemu, girangnya rasa si anak teruna. Baliklah Tuan membawa ilmu bersama membina generasi sejahtera. Saya, Haji Muhammad Asri bin Husin, bersama rakan juruacara utama, Hafizah binti Ahmad, sepanjang menjalankan program kita yang berlangsung sepanjang 3 hari, menyusun jari 10, memohon ampun dan maaf atas salah kata terlanjur bicara. Bersama kita tangguhkan persidangan ini dengan membaca tasbih kafarah dan suratul As. Subhanakallah wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.